And hi, everybody. John DFW. He is first. Hey, welcome in, man. Hopefully, some other folks would be joining. I know it's been almost a month since I did a broadcast, and back then I was talking about great to see you, John. I was talking about getting McGreevy started. That's happening, guys. I've just been really busy with work and kicking back up the Magic stuff and everything like that. So I've had to devote a lot of time to that, But I'm kind of working it out where I'll be able to work on that, get back to some regular streaming because I miss hanging out with you guys. I'm not part of the, and that's my fault, and that's my own choice. I'm no longer part of the Field of Dreams League. I know that's been going really great, but I miss talking to everybody and chinwagging some baseball. So, just a few announcements. McGreevy will be starting up. I'm hopefully going to be making an announcement this coming weekend. I know a lot of people will be traveling over Thanksgiving, but I figure it'll be up there. Agree, blah, blah, blah. So we'll talk more about that this coming weekend. All right. So still no word on when the apparently it's turning into a massive update for Pocket Pennant Run Baseball. So no word yet on Craig Harris. He keeps telling everybody, hang tight. It'll be there. It's going to be so amazing. You probably won't even recognize it anymore and stuff like that. So waiting for that. What else is going on in the baseball front? I know that RJL Network has been doing some dead ball baseball in 1919. So Robert, if you're catching this after the fact or whatever, I think it's awesome. I love it when more people are doing dead ball baseball. As you guys also know, probably in about 3 weeks, Out of the Park or Action PC Baseball 2025. Is that the one? I always get these two confused, like how they do it. So whatever, 2025. Yeah, will be out. So that's usually around the middle of December. Pretty excited about that. Hopefully this year we'll see more substantial updates. So it seems like you get a year in Action PC Baseball where there's like huge mega updates, and the next one's kind of more of some little cosmetic things and some quality of life things and what have you, and nice little cute additions like the baseball card thing or whatever. So hoping for awesome things. I'm buying the game no matter what. All right, now to the task at hand. Out of the Park 25. I was looking around for ballpark images actually for baseball for Windows because I still am not quite clear on how to do those myself. Still working on it, and I think by the time I do figure it out, I will be happy man because they don't have ballparks on for sale for Appa that I want. So I need like Riverfront and places like that because I want to do more with that and more modern baseball. But anyhow. Regardless, I thought, I haven't been on the Out of the Park developments forums in a long, long time. So what's going on? In the first place, I always go to mods, roster packs, things like that, and found the coolest thing. And I'm going to share that with you tonight. This is from longtime community member Garland. So shout out to Garland. I put in there that I'm featuring this tonight on the YouTube channel. So I'll show you guys. So disclaimer. The only thing I've done is installed this. I'm going to show any newbies out there, again, catching this after the fact, how to install workshop items in Out of the Park Baseball, because it's very, very different. There's an extra step you have to do in Out of the Park Baseball you don't have to do in other Steam games. I don't know why they do it like this, but it is. They do what they do. What is it? Well, if you're a baseball history person, this is great, and here's why. Okay. So those of you who are Action PC baseball owners know that, Dave had come out with a product that was called the best of 1900s, best of 1910s, 20s, so on. And then later on came out with a different set called Classic Decades that goes back to the 50s. There was really nothing like that on Out of the Park 25. There's some great all-time franchise mods. There's some decent stuff out there, but not something that breaks down baseball into decades or 2 decades at a time or whatever. So what I'm about to show you is going to be my first look at it, but conceptually it looks really cool, so we'll find out. It's actually, I'm trying to, I didn't want to call it a mod because this is a series of quick starts. So what this basically is baseball pretty much broken down into periods, as you will see. All right. Now, before I show you this mod, we're going to go back to Steam. All right. And we're going to show you how to do things, how to do this in Steam. So when you go to the workshop in Steam, here it is. It's called Classic Major League Baseball Teams by Era. This is really cool. So it's a set of 9 quick start games with each team represented in each era. The eras are 1901 to 1919, 1920 to 1929, 1930 to 1949, 1950 to 1969, 1970 to 79, 80 to 89, 90 to 1999, 2000 to 2009, and 2010 to 2019. This is new. It was up a little bit yesterday, but then I guess Garland had to make some changes or some descriptive changes or whatever. So when you put something up on Workshop, but then you make some changes, it has to be reviewed against by Steam. I wanted to come on so badly last night and show this, but didn't happen. RJL, I do. RJL. So where have I been? I've just been saying, I think it's awesome. I know that you've been doing some dead ball, man. You're 1919, one and gone. And no, it's not that I don't love you anymore, man. I've been so busy with not only my regular job, but also re-kickstarting my magic business. The only thing I know is you're doing that. I haven't been in anybody's broadcast. So, man, I'm hoping you're enjoying your holiday wherever you are. And always will love you, Robert. Are you kidding me? So, this is a great mod, guys. This looks really cool. All right. So what you do then is you can see I've already subscribed. So when you go to any other game in Steam and you subscribe to it, you download it right after you hit subscribe. You'll see the little thing, right? And then you just go into your game and it's there, right? It's really cool. So, but this is a little bit different the way Out of the Park does it. All right. So then what we do is we go to our Out of the Park screen. So after you subscribe to any sort of workshop item, whether it's Mike's ballparks and his uniform, 2 great mods, probably the 2 greatest mods for this game. So Mike Silva, shout out to you as always. You have to come in, and then this is the next step. You got to go to Workshop Central. So you click on this link down here, and then you're going to see all of these mods. So you can see these are the 4 that I have. All I need. So, but you'll see, you highlight the one that you've downloaded, and then it will say to you here, this item is downloaded. Click here to install or reinstall it. So again, unlike other Steam games, you can't just subscribe, download, and it's going to work. So you have to come in here and then install it. So there's always that second step with Out of the Park Baseball. I already have it here. Okay. Quick starts are really, really nice because you go to new game and you go down here to new quick start, and here they are. Here it all is. Now, Garland does say on his post in the Out of the Park forums that these are going to have fictional logos just because of the way the game works, but it's easy enough. We'll assign logos and everything. So I know a lot of folks here, 70s and 80s baseball. So we're going to do 1970 to 1979. Okay. So let's just call this the 70s, and we'll just walk through this whole thing together, and maybe we'll do a game. So let's call the 70s. Okay. So, and let's just do the 70 to 79. I can do a description if I want. I'm not going to really worry too much about that. I'm just going to create the game. So it's loading all the stuff that it needs. I think this could be really fun. So basically this is each team's best team in that decade. So again, if we were to bring up, or if you have it, I can show you at the end, the comparable product but you have to pay for it in Action PC Baseball is the best of decades, which goes back to same way as this one. It goes back to 1900. This goes back to 1901. But this is a way to have a more focused experience. So here we are. So Just looking at the teams for the 70s, we've got the 1970 Orioles, 75 Red Sox, 79 Angels, 77 Pale Hose. We're going to be changing the name of the Guardians, by the way. So 1976 Indians, 72 Tigers, 77 Royals, 79 Brewers, 1970 Twins, 77 Yankees, 73 A's, 77 Rangers. 1970, now we're going to National League, 1974 Braves, 70 Cubs, 75 Reds, the 1979 Astros, 77 Dodgers, 79 Expos, 73 Mets, 77 Phillies, 79 Pirates, 78 Padres, 71 Giants, and 1971 Cardinals. Now, I should say that you may not agree with the choices. I'm guessing he's doing this by one loss record. This is so new. I haven't seen a lot of discussion on this yet. I've done tutorials before on how you can switch out teams and stuff. I personally would not have put the 1979 Pirates in here, for instance. I would have put either the 71 or the 72 Pirates in there. I think they were stronger teams. 71 Pirates, of course, world champs, just like the 79 Pirates. But 71 Pirates had, and 72 Pirates had Roberto Clemente. But we got that guy named Dave Parker. So we'll leave this as is. But these are all switchable. All right, so we're just going to leave our name here. And it looks like for this one, I was born in 1937. Sounds right. I always just play as a manager, but I do play, if I play in manager mode, yes, blah, 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 blah. But I play in commissioner mode, which means who cares? All right, so there we go. And I'm going to start with the 1979 Pirates, but we're going to change all these logos. But I just want to look at roster sets and stuff like that. All right, so here we are. Don't know why. Again, it just assigns randomly, just these random logos. So here we got, for opening day, we're going to have Fergie Jenkins versus Burt Blyleven. So we do have, I've got to update my picture file as well. I don't have a picture for Burt Blyleven, but I do for Ferguson Jenkins. It looks like this thing is ready to go, though, if we just wanted to play it. This way, there's Robert's 73 Mets. We can visit any of these players or any of these teams that we want. So let's do that. Since 71. So John is agreeing 71 Pirates. Hey, there's cousin Ken Cassius. It's nice to see him back to be. It's nice to be back here. I'm going to be trying to work this along with the getting the magic going and stuff like that. So yeah, it's good to be back. I've missed it. I have missed it. Indeed, I have. Okay, so let's go to. We're going to look at a few different teams here. Let's start with Robert. Let's look at his Mets of 1973, and let's look at lineups and things. See what's that. So we already have some things already set up. I'm pretty sure I don't have DH turned on for this. Doesn't look like there's one. So good. So here we go. We got Bud Harrelson. Now we can shuffle these all up, of course, how we change up our if we want. But we can see this is already doing lineups for lefties and righties. We've got Willie Mays batting fifth versus lefties, and Wayne Garrett batting right. So Willie Mays in the sixth spot versus rights. This is pretty nice. Again, has everything that you would expect from out of the park baseball. So pretty nice, pretty nice. And so 73 Mets, whatever they're, we can look at the history and see how it does that. But I think this is kind of cool. And definitely deserves some attention. Let's look at the Phillies here. 1977. This was a badass Philadelphia Phillies team here. Bake McBride, Gary Maddox, Greg Luzinski, Michael Jack Schmidt, Davey Johnson, Tim McGraw, Larry Boa, Ted Sizemore, as the old gunner used to call him, Ted Sizemore. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's see rotations. What we got? Carlton, Christensen, Lomborg, Jim Cott, Randy Lersch. So going with a 5-man rotation. You can, of course, in out of the park baseball, shuffle everything up. If you wanted to just go 4-man, whatever, you could do that. Again, setting up roles for all your pitchers. This is not going to be an out of the park tutorial, obviously. Of course, you can set game strategies. Right now, as it should be, everything is set to neutral, but you can get as deep as you want to go. I don't even see what else. John. I'm trying to think about what other teams here, if people do show up. I know that Aaron, if he shows up, Aaron Reed, he's a Cincinnati Reds fan. There they are, the Big Red Machine. Again, we're going to be fixing all this stuff here. But I think it did a pretty good job here. Garland, again, way to go. Setting up these lineups. They look right. They look nice. They look good. Now, will there be doppelgangers in this? We could find out. I'm guessing there probably is. Boy, is my picture file really out of date. Oh, my God. So 1970s baseball. So again, guys, now I'm not sure why. I can understand for the dead ball era why he did 1901 to 1919. That it kind of makes sense. But the one that I'm curious about is why there's a 20-year slice for 1930 to 1949. Not sure why that is. I think 30s, great decade of baseball. It stands on its own. But hey, Garland did all this amazing work. Who am I to question it? I think this is just going to be a lot of fun. I don't know if there's any teams. 1973 Mets says RGL were a good team that made the World Series. They were not a great team. So remember, this is the franchise's best team of these years. So this isn't like an all-time greats thing at all. So let me show you guys really quickly. I'm going to bring another browser window down here and show you rather than, I don't feel like opening up Action PC Baseball. So I'm going to show you this. Just a second. And this is a set that I think is a lot of fun. I don't want the damn forum. I just want this. Okay, DK Sports. And let's go to the shop. Oh, looky, PNC Park. Ain't it pretty? All right. So I don't come here a lot because, waiting for the next thing. The next big thing, baby. And that's coming out in the middle of December. All right, so baseball seasons, and I think it's under, or is it, no, it's, yeah, I think is it special collections? No, it's not under that one. Best of, there we go, best of. So this is one thing. Oh, hey, he finally did the best of the 2010s. Looks like I'll be buying this. Finally. No, this isn't it either. Franchise best. That's because I do have that other one. So this is kind of what that is. Now, he never finished this. I would love for him to do it. If not, I'll get his permission. Dave, do you mind if I do the 2010s franchise best? So let's look at the 1970s best here. And what's nice is Dave, of course, gives you the team. And there we go. There's the 73 Mets, 79. Let me see. So here, so Dave chose the 71 Pittsburgh Pirates. I would have too. Again, Garland, I know you're not a member of this or whatever. But if you do catch us, not picking on you. But we Buccos fans would argue for the 71 Pirates. But all of these, this pretty well matches up all the way around. So obviously you're going to have some teams that aren't so good, but the idea is that all the teams are represented. So that is, and this is not bad. It's $12.96 per decade broken up, right? But of course, the nice thing here is this is free. So I think it's fun if you're looking for a more focused kind of thing. What can you do out of the box? Because you guys know me. I like to think outside the box. Already, this is outside the box by playing these teams against each other, whatever. But you could, let's say you just wanted to do a draft league and just for the 1970s. All you wanted to do, dump all these guys into a draft pool, make up, fictional team names, and draft them. So there's a lot you can really, really do with this, which is really nice. I always like to play these sorts of things that aren't season replays. And if there aren't season replays, I'm doing one in 1911. If Cousin Ken remembers, ancient history a month ago was the last broadcast I did. We're getting back to that too. And I'll be talking about McGreevy this weekend. So never fear. Sunday night, baseball, Chinwag and stuff. Because a lot of people were off Monday. So I think we're going to do a Sunday night baseball thing. So this is really one I wanted to show you guys. I'm going to sit here and bullshit for a little while. If people want to see a game, we'll do that. I'm going to start customizing all this stuff. And I'm going to start with my own team, of course, and then work all the way down. Assigning logos, everything. So shout out to Garland. I think this is awesome. I think that, it's not a big download. Quick starts are pretty small. This isn't like, dealing with the baseball history collection. That's, a pretty big damn download from Action PC Baseball, which if you don't have the baseball history collection, you should. Anyhow, this is great. You want a more focused experience. Maybe your era is the 1980s. I know Robert talking one night on his channel. So a lot of the guys there, a lot of 80s baseball guys and stuff like that. It does seem to be the 70s, 80s baseball kind of is the real big thing in the community, which is very cool. Nothing wrong with that. I really got to update this. Look at all these guys that don't have pictures. But I think the ability to very, very quickly load in something, do a little bit of extra work, assigning logos and stuff like that. You have a nice, focused kind of thing in the era that you love without having to go into the huge database, because as you guys know, Out of the Park Baseball has just a ton of different databases and things like that. And trying to putting these teams together, right? You could do this, but somebody's already done this work. So it's basically, download it, go into Out of the Park Baseball and install it, and you're ready to rock. Make sure player development is turned off, says John. Yeah. Yep. So, and you can put, there's again, so, and as John says, as far as going into game settings and stuff like that, we can go into game settings here. And this is where you can turn things on, turn things off. So actually, I'm glad I'm here. Thank you, John, because one thing I like to do is I want to do generate game I want to do all leagues. I don't think there's a major league or any minor leagues in here, but I want game logs for everything because I want to be able to I want to look at replays and stuff like that. So see, store replays and pitch by pitch mode. No, you can generate highlights for all leagues. Save through all leagues. Keep news logs. Not really going to worry about the news logs or transaction logs, whatever. But this is where we're going to enable storylines. Have fun with that. I don't give a damn about finances. All this stuff over here is what you can set. Of course, your league settings, everything like that. This is where you get into the really crazy stuff. Again, this is not going to be an out of the park. We're not going to do that, but this is where you find all that stuff, all the things that you want to do. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Let's go back to the Pirates team home screen and let's start fixing this. How are you guys doing? We haven't gotten a chance to talk. The last thing I posted was on the community tab. Congratulations to the LA Dodgers. I was kind of like hoping that they were going to sweep the Yankees because this would be the only time the Yankees, right? First time they'd ever been swept in a World Series, but they managed to eke out a win. So not that I'm so much an LA Dodgers fan, but congrats to the LA Dodgers. And Phillies, I don't know, man. Here we go again, Ken. It's crazy, right? What are we going to do here? What are we going to do with these Phillies? All right, let's see if this assigned the ballparks properly or what ballparks it did assign. So Three River Stadium, that works for me. Yeah, that works for me. So it looks like we don't have to do anything with ballparks, which is really nice. So makes me happy. It looks like Garland's already done. Yep, there we go. So this would be Three River Stadium as it would have appeared in 1979. In 71, it had this big sort of thing before these luxury boxes were built. It had the Pirate logo, and it had Mellon Bank on one side and Golf on the other. So this is, Mike did a great job here. So this is how it would have appeared in 1979. So cool. Way to go, Buccos. All right. So nice. Let's go back to the team home screen, and we're going to just start. It looks like he's done all of these as far as the ballparks, which makes me really, really, really happy. Yes, it does. Okay. The stadium by the Three Rivers. Absolutely, my friend. All right. So we're going to go in here, modify team colors, and let's wait till it's there we go. And then what's really cool about this is we can just from this screen do everything that we want to do. And it's a 1970s league, so I guess we would have to decide, do we want to use high socks or not? I always like that look, but It's 1970s baseball. What are you going to do? Shout out again, though, to Mike Silva and his ballpark mod and his uniform mod. Here it is. So I don't get too terribly deep into this. I know you can do things with the stirrups and everything. Mike's done a lot of work. We'll let the Buccos have high socks anyhow. Let's select, and I'm going to get a few of these done. And we'll just do an exhibition game. We'll let the chat pick a couple teams, and we'll just let the teams have at it just for giggles, man. Just for giggles. All right. So almost picked the San Francisco Giants for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That would not be good. That would not be good. I know Dwayne would be very, very upset because he hates the Giants. Right? There we go. Pirates logo. Mike explained why this doesn't switch up. I don't know why it doesn't, but again, small team logo. I wish what out of the park really, really needs to have a little filter thingy like Action PC does, so I don't have to keep scrolling all the way down. I could try the auto load and see if this works, but I don't know if it will. But let's do this. Boink and load. There we go. Boy, I don't like those colors. No, I don't. No, I don't. Let me see. Can we import colors XML file? Will it let me do it? I hope so. Let's see what happens here, man. Will it work? That's better. Not exactly what I was looking for, but again, let me see. Can I auto load? Well, yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. But again, we can just go in here. Jerseys, let me see, default, blah, blah, blah. Yikes. Nah, I don't want to mess with that. So that's kind of good enough, right? Pants. Let's just auto load. There we go. That looks Pittsburgh Pirate-y enough. I think so. So there, the Buccos are done. Ah, man. Let's do the high socks. Yay. Let's do the high socks and just auto load these guys. Looks nice. Yep. Hey, VL123. There we go. Use filter and type in Pirates. Where's the damn filter? Where's that damn filter? Oh, it's up here. It's this filter. Wait, is that it? What is it? Crikey. Because I know you can do this in Action PC. Anyhow, it looks nice. It looks nice. I keep thinking this is MLB The Show and I can spin these guys around, but I can't. Anyhow. Show name. There we go. You see Bruce Cason's name there. Nice. Ball cap looks good. Oh, looks good. Yeah. Nice. I'm not worried. Let's see. What do we have for away uniforms? What's it? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Good. I guess away they should have high socks, shouldn't they? I really don't want to be all night doing this. Okay, nice. There we go. Yeah, so how you doing there, VL? Great to see you. And it's nice to be back, guys. I have missed it. Okay, team color picking tool. Well, we know they're the black and gold. That's better. All right. So who do we want these Buccos to play? Bart Ewing joining us here. How you doing, Bart? Long time no see for everybody. Who do we want these? Well, I don't even know if we're going to play the Buccos. So let's start up here with the Braves, and we're going to try to just auto-load every damn thing, and let's see what happens. Okay, that sucked. that didn't work. All right, that's okay. That's all right. I wish it would. So you guys know when you do a season, it will assign these, but oh well. What are you going to do? Right? That's all right. That's all right. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am. But if I am, do tell me. Boink. There we go. Now it looks like Bravies. All right. So click on filter, he says. Where the hell is it? Point to the screen. Where's the damn filter, man? Where is it, man? So you mean like when I'm doing select? Oh, yeah, over here. Okay. Yeah, got you, man. All right, nice. We already got the Braves in there. So, okay, cool. Now, let me see. Team colors. Bah. Don't like that ball cap. No, I don't. Let's see if we can auto-load that. Come on. Nope. I'm going to have to select it. Well. Well, oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well. What are you gonna do? And we'll just fix the damn colors, and that's it. And we'll just move on. We'll just move on. Because I don't think the Braves had this yucky color. Yeah, go type. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. So there's no Braves I can type in here, right? Yeah, ball caps. Because yeah, we'll try it, but I think it's gonna say, yeah, bite me. Either that. Yeah. Well, let's see. No, doesn't. It's just there's nothing there, man. So there we go. We just do it like this. We just do it like this. Atlanta Braves. That's it. Import. It's the slow way, but it works. Have to copy from the logos. Send you a link. So I will in a moment. So here we go. Because I'm not gonna be doing this all night. I'm not gonna be doing this all night. But everybody has to have high socks. That's gonna be the new league rule. You gotta have high socks or you suck. There we go. Let's send Robert the link. It'd be nice just to have a chinwag here with folks for a little bit. As soon as I do this. So copied, and there we go. But I don't want to be typing in a lot of hex codes and stuff like that. All right, there we go. Yeah, it takes me forever to get it all correct. I know it's a lot of work. So I'm just like, I'm all about the approximation, man. And you know, that's cool. I'm not going to get too crazy about this stuff. All right. And welcome in the man, the myth, the legend. Hey, RJL.
The man, the myth, and the legend.
That's right. How you doing, man?
And you certainly don't love me anymore because you haven't been to any of my games.
Dude, I haven't been to anybody's games.
And that's no excuse. I'm playing dead ball.
I know.
1919.
I know you are.
I just finished playing with players such as Walter Johnson, Stan Kovaleski. I got Shoeless Joe Jackson on the board tomorrow night, and you're not coming to any.
That's right, baby. You're playing real baseball. See that? So here's the other thing, right? So you start what 7:30, 8 o'clock. I don't get home from work till 9 o'clock in the evening, dude. So when I get in, you're like in the 8th inning. It's like, really? Come on. So hey, I'm doing what I can do over here. I got to catch a lot of your stuff after the fact, unfortunately, man.
You disappoint me.
You know what? You got to take it up with FedEx, my friend.
I'll take it up with FedEx as it is. Now,
I know. Well, you know what? You know, when we merge with UPS, will be the FedUps.
FedUps, right?
That was really bad, right? Yeah.
It could better than UpX.
Right? That would be. I love it. I prefer that. All right, Robert.
By the way, before we anything, let me first wish you, of course, I'm on vacation this week from work for the Thanksgiving Day holiday. So I, of course, wish to wish you a happy Thanksgiving for the week, my good friend.
Oh, thank you.
And yours, so I'm on vacation. Finally, I get my first vacation in like 18 months. But
wow.
Let me show you exactly how you do this.
All right. Well, here I can just type in Orioles, right?
Well, actually, you don't have to type in anything. Look below there. See, there's Baltimore and then Orioles.
Oh,
just click on Orioles. Click on Orioles.
All right. Wow, Robert.
Now it brings up all the Orioles. Now find the season or the logo that you're looking for. So look.
You're my hero, Robert. You're my hero.
Look for that. Now load on that.
Look at that, baby.
Now go to ball cap.
Now go to ball cap.
Click on ball cap. All right. Now go to Now go to
select.
Now go to select. Go to filter.
Filter.
All right. Go ahead. Click on Orioles. On the
bottom. Yeah. Cool. Isn't that smart?
All right.
Oh,
now in this case, you may not be in the correct file. You gotta find the file for it. So you gotta find the file.
I probably have it on an old, like on an Allo Park 24. Probably.
It might still be in there, but I don't know. You have to see if you can find it in order to get the correct logos and jerseys. Trust me, when I was very heavy into out of the park baseball, I was making jerseys and ball caps. Remember, you can find some of my stuff still on, even though they're not used anymore because they've updated their graphics engine.
Yeah,
but a lot of my stuff is still on the forums, even though I haven't been there as often as I used to be since I started doing cards and dice. But then you click on, then you can click on go to Jersey to see if it's in Jersey.
I'm not going to worry too much about the ballpark and stuff like that. My main thing is going to be the colors, at least getting the logos right, stuff like that.
So go back to your Pirates.
Let's go back to my Pirates. As soon as I give these guys high socks, I'm sorry, man. If high socks, if no high socks, it's like right, no picture, then it didn't happen. All right, let's go back to the Bucks here.
Go back to your Pirates. Go back to your Bucks.
There they are.
All right. Now go to Jersey. Click on
Jersey. When people tell me to go to Jersey, I always panic.
Jersey. Now click on Select.
Select.
Let's see if it's in there now. Go down to jerseys. Click on that. And filter.
Filter.
See if it comes up. Pirates.
No. So
it's in a different folder.
It's in a different folder. And you know what? Since we already said
that's how you can find them. See how quickly you can do it?
Right.
That's how quickly you can do it. I mean,
okay.
Do me a favor. Go to logos real quick. Go to logos.
Logos, which meant reason. Look at that. Now, see, that's right. That got it
click
right.
On select.
On which one?
On the team logo.
But that is the right one.
I know that's it. I want to know where the file. I want to see.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, baby. See, out of Park 24. Data, that's where I have everything stored.
That's where you have everything stored.
Yeah.
Okay. So small logos and all that. And
so that's the only thing. I just got to go back to the out of Park 24. When you get
a chance, you got to go through all that. You can find it.
I know. It's a sin, but I do got to.
Maybe
I just got to re-download Mike's mod into 25. That's
you can do that too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're using 24. We're in 25 right
now.
No,
I am using 25.
You are using 25. Okay.
But it's pointing back to 24. I probably forgot to download the uniform.
So if you click, you can go up to 25 then if it's in there. If it's in 25, go up to 25 then. Go back.
I don't think it is. I think I forgot to download his uniform mod. I really do. Doesn't that suck?
Even if it's in 24, we would still be able to find it.
Let's find out. So let's go to select. Where I couldn't find. Let me see. Is it in here? Now, see, this is still 24. So where wasn't I? I wasn't finding it in ballpark or ball caps. Is that it?
That's close. But
now we're in 25.
Now you're 25. You got to go up to 24.
Right. So I was going up. So I've got to do this.
You got to go up.
Yeah, up, and it's terrible. By the way, for you turn-based strategy fans, finally what works is Disciples 2 Gold from GOG, baby. Just saying. Oh, that's a great classic game. By the way, other words, while I'm looking for this too, guys, I've been waiting for more updates from Richard on Dombrov Baseball, and hasn't happened. So as right now, I wanted to show you a new feature of that, but it keeps crashing. So until Richard Dombrov does another update on that, I'm not going to be showing it on here because what's the point, right? Right, Robert? Is there any point in it at all? There isn't. I know I could be using the filter, but yeah, I just want to go there once.
Now go to 24.
Go to 24.
Right.
There we go. Look, see, everything's living in here, baby.
We're gonna do that for everyone though. So now you're in. What are we in? You're in caps.
I believe I am, man.
Caps. So click on ball caps.
Let's click on ball caps. Hey, baby. There we go.
Filter.
Oh, yeah. There we go, honey.
On filter.
Pirates. Those buckos.
Find your Pirates for that year, which was 1979.
Yeah.
Right above
there we go. Okay. Look at that. Mike even did the away form. He's my other hero. I'm just going to do just regular old. I'm not getting that anal about it.
Keep that one there and now load.
Yeah. It's loading. There we go.
And there's a Pirates cap. And you can do that for the jerseys, the pants, and everything like that.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of work. Going to be a lot of work.
It can't take a lot of work, but if you're doing a whole season, it doesn't take that long. But I'll tell you, I'll tell you that that's how you do it. Because you were infuriating me on the other side of the screen.
Sweet. Now
I wanted to reach into the screen and wanted to throttle you.
Oh, cool, man. Nice. So where are you spending your holiday? Are you back up here in the north or what?
I'm staying home.
Staycation? Here. Nice.
I'm staying home. It's a staycation. I have to clean my mom's house. This house is a disaster.
Okay.
I did my room today. Had to clean that all up and everything. Dust, vacuum, bedding, everything. It took me a way to do it. And then
nice.
I'm doing each room by section per day, so I don't overdo it because I'm old. And then
you're not old, you're seasoned.
Right, seasoned. That's a nice way of saying it. And then my mom is gonna go have a
take care, VL. Happy holidays, buddy.
VL 123, and you know, and she's gonna go out for Thanksgiving. But I'm not really that social as much as I used to be. So I'm gonna cook a nice Thanksgiving dinner for myself. I already got some turkey, some sauce, and all that stuff.
Good, man.
And of course, I'm gonna sit down and watch some football, because that's what you do on Thanksgiving.
Well, that's what some of you do. Yes.
It is not Thanksgiving until you have the family, the food, and the football on the TV. It is not Thanksgiving until then.
Hey, Sean, welcome in. So that means that I have never ever experienced Thanksgiving, because, as you know, I loathe football.
If you don't like football, then you don't even know what Thanksgiving's all about. Sorry.
Oh, well, there you go. We've been lied to about Thanksgiving anyhow.
You've been lied to about it anyway.
I've been lied to about everything. That's me. There, I got to make it pure up black and gold. But there we go. So thank you, man. So let's talk some baseball. Give me your thoughts on the World Series, man. And Clee baseball fan. Here we go.
Let's see here. As far as first of all, I was very pleased with how the Mets finished the season out. You're only 2 games away from making it to the World Series from where they were in the middle of May. There is no shame in that. No. And the team's got something to build on for next year. We lost to the eventual World Series champion. You lost to the best team in baseball. There is no shame in that. And losing to the best team in the league, that's okay.
Right.
You know? So, and remember, you're in 25. You got to go 20. You got to find.
I know.
So we had. So as far as a Mets fan, had a wonderful. I was very fine with that. Of course, I'm very much into hockey. My Panthers raised the Stanley Cup this year. I'm
congrats to them. Yeah,
very happy about that. I did a small little state of the network address. On that, even though right now the Panthers are slumping bad right now, but
Doug Hunt, welcome in. Yeah,
hey there, there's Mr. Doug Hunt, and so very happy with the Panthers, but the Mets were no shame with the Mets at all. I can see what we pick up in free agency. Soto's still out there. I heard when Mets are still a favorite of his. The Mets may be looking at Snell. I don't know, but I know Steve Cohen's got enough money to buy he could buy the city of New York if he wanted to.
Yes.
So,
isn't that right?
If he wants to, as far as the Dodgers, did the New York Yankees have maybe the worst defensive half inning in World Series?
Right? Oh my God! That was just crazy.
That was and that. I was watching the game, and I'm saying, okay, you got a 5-0 lead, all right, and then Aaron Judge drops a routine line drive into center in the center. There is no excuse to drop that ball. Then a huge error throwing the ball away on the runner trying to get the third. I'm saying, Yankees, you want to go back to the basics here. But to me, the play of the game was Garrett Cole not getting to first base, which would have ended the inning on that grounder to first. That is fundamental pitchers fielding. When the ball is hit to first, you always go to first base to cover unless the first baseman says, I got it.
Yes.
And there was no way that Rizzo was going to get there in time. So there was no way Rizzo was going to get there in time. And Garrett Cole is pointing at the bag, and Rizzo's looking, where are you? And Rizzo was ready to throw the ball, and he realized, I got nobody to throw the ball to. And he held on to it, which is pretty good.
Tim says that's done day 1 of spring training. Exactly.
Okay. And then, of course, it scored the run. And then the wheels fall off. But as bad as the play was, every year I give a coveted RJL Network Jackass of the Year award. Okay, to the maybe the worst call. And in this case, it was not really a call, but it was something that Aaron Boone should have done. And I'm listening to the announcers, and I said, they are 100% right. The game that's now 5-1 after a play like that. Aaron Boone, get your ass out there, settle your team down.
Right.
Okay. He's sitting there, and then it becomes 5-3, and he's still sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's looking at everything. I'm saying, Aaron Boone, get out there, talk to your team, slow the game down. Then it becomes 5-5, and I said, congratulations, Aaron Boone. You do win my 2024 Baseball Jackass of the Year award because you did not go out there and be a manager. You just let Garrett Cole fly off. I can only imagine the team was saying, we had a 5-0 lead. What's going on? When it was 5-5, it was all. And when they made it 5-5, I said, congratulations, New York Yankees. I don't care if you score 10 more runs. The Dodgers are going to score 11 more runs. You have just lost this World Series. There is no way you win this game tonight. And
exactly.
lo and behold, Dodgers did it. Let's give congrats to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yeah, they spent $1 billion in the offseason.
They did.
Okay, for Shohei Ohtani and for Yamamoto, but it worked. And this team has got Hall of Famers on it. Shohei Ohtani is walking a Hall of Fame path.
Oh,
Freddie
absolutely.
Freeman, he's a first ballot. He will be first ballot. Mookie Betts, he will be a first ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Clayton Kershaw, of course, will be a first ballot. Okay.
Right.
We're already aware of how good this team is. And the funny thing is, as good as all they were, do you know what, in my opinion, who really was the player of the postseason for the Dodgers? And even though Freddie Freeman was hitting home runs everywhere,
who's that?
If I really had to have chosen an MVP, it would have been Tommy Edman.
Yeah.
He had an awesome postseason. He killed my Mets. And he was clutch throughout the entire playoffs. I want to give it to Tommy Edman. What an awesome postseason he had.
Well, that being said, Freddie Freeman was a surprise because before he had gone a month without a home run, and all of a sudden, kaboom, right?
I mean, let's put it this way: that grand slam is going to go down as one of the greatest home runs ever hit in World Series.
I totally agree.
It does go down in there. If you want to rank that up, if you want to rank it a little bit with Kirk Gibson's home run, fine. If you want to hit it up with Fisk's home run, fine. You can do that, okay? Even though it was only game 1 of the series, but still, all right. I think the Dodgers they were the best team, and it's the first time since when? 2000, what was it? 17 or 18, the team with the best record actually won the World Series.
Yes.
That doesn't happen, especially with the playoff format we're utilizing now. So, like I said, congrats to the Dodgers. As far as the Yankees go, that game is going to be sticking in them all off season long.
Oh yeah.
They still got to do some re-signing, although they did re-sign Cole. I don't know yet what they're going to do with Soto is still out there. Snell is still out there. I know Soto's talking to everyone. It's a possibility Soto may not be signed until after the winter meetings. So
Doug's here saying Boone not a very good manager.
Oh, he's not. My best friend is a Yankee fan. He can't stand him.
Okay.
And that's the only thing that saved Boone's bacon this year was that they made it to the World Series. If he didn't get there, I think Boone would have been gone.
Yeah.
I still don't. As far as the Mets and Carlos Mendoza, I still don't think he's the guy. The Mets did a team meeting. Really, the manager for the Mets was Grimace.
Mm-hmm.
Grimace was the manager after that, throwing out the pitch, and all of a sudden the Mets got hot and had the best record in baseball since that time. But I still don't think Mendoza is the guy. But because the Mets got to the NLCS, I'll give him I'll give him a pass. All right, and I'll let him give it another year. I'll give him a pass. Remember, we were 11 games under 500. And we were 2 games away from beating the Dodgers and getting to the series.
Yep.
All right. So I'll give Carlos Mendoza a pass on this season. I will.
Sure.
We got to re-sign some players.
So the Phillies, they, you know what? I was again pushing for. I don't know what it is, man. They're cursed in the postseason. Phillies, you know,
the Philadelphia Phillies. That team has got a good solid lineup, but you got pitching, but you have bullpen issues, and that's what hurt the Phillies in that series. Hamburglar was the pitching coach. You know, I think that I think the Phillies. I mean, Bryce Harper. If anyone deserves a championship, it's that guy. But I think the Phillies. I don't know how good they're going to be next year. The Braves are not going away. The Mets are going to be figured to be back in the mix. Okay, yeah, the Phillies should be pretty decent. The Nationals are getting a little better. The Marlins still stink. So, and I'm not going to, even though they're going to have we have a new manager down here in SoFla, I don't see the Marlins really doing anything more than just, again, being bottom feeders. It's going to be between the Braves, the Braves, the Mets, and the Phillies again in the National League East. I really think so. And right now, the Dodgers, I don't know if anyone's going to. I look at that team. There should be no reason why they can't do it again. You know, especially now if Ohtani can pitch. But here's my thing: why would you want him to? I understand he's a pitcher. I get that, but why?
Right.
There's no need to have him pitch. There really isn't. Although and he's MVP. A lot of people were not happy that he won the MVP because, well, he's a designated hitter. He's not in the field. Now you can make an argument for that. Yes.
Yeah.
He was only a DH. He was not in the field. That's why a lot of people still felt that Francisco Lindor really should have had a better shot because he's an excellent fielder. Okay, he's got very good range and he's very good on his feet and he rarely makes an error. So, you know, but all Shohei Ohtani did was hit. So, but he was the first guy to go 50-50. So I understand the reason why.
So I guess the answer to the question, Robert, is why would you want to have him pitch? I look at it this way. Historical precedent, Babe Ruth. Now, granted, the Yankees didn't have the Bambino pitch. I mean, he pitched a little, like a few innings here and there as a Yankee, but nothing. But the Red Sox, right? I mean, when the Babe wasn't pitching, he was playing. I mean, they were smart. It's like, this guy's got pop. Why not? Maybe have Ohtani, at least maybe he's a spot starter. I mean, come on, the guy's got good stuff. He's a damn fine pitcher.
That, but remember, Babe Ruth wasn't getting paid $770 million.
No, okay. Agreed. But if you've got a guy that's got that kind of talent, why let it languish? Is what I'm saying. He also
pitched during a much different era of baseball. Doesn't matter. Babe Ruth is still the greatest of all time. Period. All right. That's why, and Bart Ewing is not wrong. I mean, he did electrify baseball. He is a top 10 pitcher. That's fine. Okay. I just don't think
he's incredible.
Because if he tears a cuff, I mean, what was it? What was a bad injury? Was a rotator cuff or something like that or whatever?
He's out. Then he's out. You've lost everything.
Out. So, I mean, and you won. And the thing about the Dodgers, you won the World Series without him on the mound. So,
yeah.
But Bart's right. You could have him pitch because, first of all, the fans want to see him pitch.
Of course they do.
They want to see him pitch.
Right.
All right. They want to see him throw strikes. They want to see if he can maybe catch Babe Ruth and all that, which he's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
I love how they're saying, "Oh, he's the greatest player in baseball history."
No, he's not.
No. Okay, no. STFU. All right. So
yeah.
But when he gets to 700 home runs, we'll talk. But right now he's got a ways to go. Right. Clee baseball fans, right? He won the World Series, them being a non-factor. He really didn't win the World Series for the Dodgers. That was done by the rest of it. That was really done by Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. And
it was so fun to watch Freeman because I mean you could just see like that, just the joy in his face and bam, 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 But the guy that was a surprise for the Yankees was Aaron Judge. Just really did right?
Well,
because going into the series, we got Aaron Judge, and it was like, yeah, well, what happened, dude?
And of course, ESPN says, the greatest pure home run hitter in history. I said,
bring
what
Tim
are you
on.
talking about, ESPN?
Well, ESPN hasn't no one has talked about for about 15 years when it comes to baseball. Hey, Tim.
Hey.
ESPN knows as much about baseball as I know about rocket science. Okay, so
besides Tim Kurkjian being the human almanac.
Yeah, right. And good to see you. Good to have you here, Tim. Good. Happy Thanksgiving to you soon.
Happy Thanksgiving, Robert. Happy Thanksgiving.
Look, whatever your politics are, it put it all aside. Guy that I miss on there is Keith Olbermann. Sorry, but you know what?
Oh, he's awesome. I love him. Don't worry. No, I love him. I love Keith Olbermann. I listen to his podcast as often as I can.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a time when the ESPN would talk baseball, and it was good.
No, I loved his baseball. He knew him. It was Keith Olbermann and Dan Patrick when those two were together.
Monday night, the big show.
The big show. And then I still love Bob. Bob Costas retiring from announcing, which he should have done a while ago. But Bob Costas knows his baseball inside.
Yes, he does.
I
wish I want Costas. I'll probably get some blowback. I've always advocated Costas as baseball commissioner.
He would love to be commissioner.
I think he'd be excellent. He loves the game.
He loves the game. Okay. Yep. And he knows his stuff. But back to what you're talking about here, as far as the World Series goes, I thought the World Series was fun to watch. It was a win-win for Major League Baseball. Last year you had Texas and Arizona, two baseball teams. Unless you were their fans, nobody cared.
Yeah, I didn't care.
This year you had the Yankees and the Dodgers. No matter who came out on top, Major League Baseball got the win. So
now Tim's on here. Got to talk about the Indians, man. I was pulling hard for the Indians, man. What happened, Tim?
They were overmatched.
They were. The Guardians were totally overmatched.
I'm sorry, Guardians.
You had to play the perfect series, and of course, every home run they hit was off of a Guardians error in that championship series. And Clase was not Clase. They figured something out with him. Either he got something wrong with him, but Tigers figured him out, and I guess so did the Yankees. But
that's a team that's going to be dangerous next year, is the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, that was
a lot of talent. They got Skubal. They got a nice pitching rotation. There's no reason why Detroit can't fight for that division again.
As long as Javi Baez sits the bench.
And so it was a tough one for me, Tim, because the Tigers are my favorite American League franchise, but because of Cleveland's proximity to Pittsburgh, and because you guys haven't won a World Series in 1948, I really wanted it to happen. But the Tigers were the Tigers made one hell of a run. Oh my God! That came out of nowhere. I didn't see the Tigers coming. By the way,
Doug, if you still follow the Indians, follow the Pirates AAA team. They're still called the Indians.
But
so I mean, I don't. You're right. I don't think anybody saw the Tigers coming. I don't even think Tigers fans saw it coming.
I'll say this though: you got the logo. You got the logo right now of a team that's on the screen right now that's got nowhere to go but up.
Oh God. Oh my God! I feel so badly. They have the worst record in modern baseball history.
You know what? If for all of us who play cards and dice, and if there is a hell for cards and dice players, if there's such a thing, okay, they would probably. I could see the devil coming to us and said, "Okay, you are going to play cards and dice for the rest of your life, and you're going to go, yay!" But you got to constantly replay the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
Oh, you're right. That would be hell. That would be hell.
That would be hell. That would be a fate worse than death, is playing over and over again every single Chicago White Sox game from 2024.
That is tough.
That if there is a hell for cards and dice, that's it.
And of course, what does Jerry Reinsdorf say? We were not too pleased with this season. It's like,
we were not too.
No, Sherlock.
Yeah, right. You can say to my no shit, Sherlock.
No shit, Sherlock.
Sherlock.
Yeah, there's no blocks here.
I felt bad for Sportsman Z because Bob Zolke, of course, is a Chicago fan.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for him. He just couldn't. I said, really? I said, yeah, it's the worst. I don't care what anybody says. The 2024 White Sox is the worst team in baseball history. The 1962 Mets would beat them in a best of 7.
As with the 1985 Pirates.
And the 1985 Pirates. And you know what? I'll even say the 1899
Cleveland Spiders.
The Cleveland Spiders would beat them. The 1899 Spiders said, "We want a chance now."
So apparently,
who the worst team really is.
So apparently, what's coming out of the South Side during the baseball season was White Sox fans were getting pissed when the White Sox would win. We want to keep this going. This streak.
Said, you know what? If we're going to lose, let's lose huge.
And they did. Ahead. Boy, did they deliver.
Now, in the last 2 games of the season, they showed a little heart, but then again, the Tigers let off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Tigers could have fielded a Little League team or a Pony League team, Babe Ruth League, whatever. But I feel badly for them. I mean, they finished way worse than the Oakland A's, who, I don't even want. That makes me sad. I still, I mean, I hate the fact that give them a ballpark. This is going to be their 4th city. Oh my God! Yeah. And it's not like they were a scrub franchise. You look at the history of the Athletics going back to their inception.
The Oakland Athletics. They are no longer the Oakland Athletics. Are now, as of now, for the next few years, are just called the Athletics, which I think is, you could have called them the California Athletics. I would have no problem with that, at least for 3 years.
It sucks to be Oakland, right? Because if I'm correct, they don't have their football team anymore. They will not have.
They have nothing.
They have no baseball. They don't even have basketball, do they?
And the thing about it is, a lot of people are against what's his name, Fisher, for for leaving. And I hate to say this, I'm going to side with the Athletics on this one because the A's have been telling Oakland, we need a new baseball stadium. Yes. This thing we're playing in is an absolute dump, and it is.
It is a dump.
It is. I've been there. I've been to that stadium, and I think in mid 2000, when my daughter was living in California, I went to see the Athletics play the San Francisco Giants at that ballpark. When it was Network Associates Coliseum at that time. All right, I went to go see it, and I saw cracks in the ground. I saw cracks on the walls. I said, "This place is a dumpster." I said, "How in the world could you be playing in this place?" And I looked and I said, "You know what? I understand that the fans were mad they left, but I want to tell the fans, look, you want somebody to blame, you got to blame the city of Oakland. If they really wanted to keep them, they would have done. If you really wanted to keep them, they would have gotten them a new stadium. You could have played in you could have demolished the Coliseum. You could have played in San Francisco's Oracle Park for a few years. Yep. Okay, paid the Giants some rent. Okay, so you could have shared that ballpark. It's not like it's not done before. Remember, the Yankees played at Shea Stadium for a number of years while Yankee Stadium was being renovated.
Right.
Okay, they played at Shea at 74 and 75. They didn't go back to Yankee Stadium until 76. All right, so, and you could have played there, and then you could have opened up a brand new, beautiful, state-of-the-art ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what they could have done, Robert, is what Pittsburgh did. So the most intimate ballpark in the majors is PNC Park. It also happens to be the most beautiful of the new ballparks.
I love PNC Park. That's a gorgeous
Oakland had a chance, but they could have, because I think capacity for PNC is 33,000, right? It's a small ballpark in terms of seating.
It's a jewel box park, but it's beautiful.
It is. And Oakland could have done that because, let's face it, they're the ginger-headed stepchild of San Francisco across the bay anyhow, right? So now they have nothing in Oakland. It's like
nothing in Oakland. I understand what World's Worst Gamer is saying, get your own stadium, use your own money, screw the owners. I understand the feeling. I understand that feeling. I'm not saying the fans are wrong for saying that. I'm just going to side with the team on this one. The Athletics, Oakland, the owners wanted to get some money to give to the city of Oakland. But then again, I'll tell you right now, the city of Oakland That is not a nice place to live.
It's not.
I was there. I'm sorry. You look at Oakland, and then you look at San Francisco. Two totally different atmospheres.
Oh, yeah.
I landed one time at Oakland International Airport when I was going to visit my daughter one time. And I was looking at the city of Oakland. I'm saying, okay. And then as soon as you cross the Bay Bridge to get into San Francisco, and you see, wow, what? It's like night and day. So, and that's why Oracle Park is one of the most beautiful stadiums as well, because there is no stadium where you got the bay right off the, right in your view down the first base line.
Right.
Okay? Third base line. Okay. So there is no view like that. And it's still, and of course, I being a Mets fan, I love Citi Field. Okay. I was there last year. I love Citi Field. I think that's also one of the most beautiful stadiums in the league.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But I think, to me, I think Oracle Park really may be the most beautiful stadium because of where it's situated. I like PNC Park because I love the bridge in the background.
That's Roberto Clemente Bridge. Oh my God!
I love the bridge in the background. They couldn't have put PNC Park in a better spot. Okay,
right?
They couldn't have done that. That's a beautiful stadium. And hopefully one day I may get a chance to go. If I ever find myself in Pittsburgh one day, but but no, the city of Oakland. The thing about it though is that another reason why I'm going to side with the team. They were fighting with the city for over 20 years. They were telling them, we need a new stadium. They were telling for 20 years we can work out a deal. The city said no. And I said, okay, fine. There goes your money. So they're gone. So the city of Oakland had the Warriors because Golden State used to play next to the arena. Remember, the Golden State Warrior Arena is right next to Oakland Coliseum. All right. So they lost the Warriors. They lost the Raiders to Vegas, although Vegas right now is wondering maybe we could have gotten a better team because the Vegas Raiders kind of, stink. And now you lost the Athletics. And you really and they never really and then they used to have a hockey team at one point, the California. I'm not sure if the California Seals ever played there. I don't know if they were all known as. I'm not sure. Dave Gardner would know better than that on that. I don't know if California Seals ever played there, but now Oakland's got nothing. So
you mean in the PCL? In the PCL? I think they were Southern California.
California Seals was an old hockey team back.
Oh, okay, because there was the San Francisco Seals.
Right, San Francisco Seals. Okay,
right.
And
that was PCL.
I thought there was an Oakland team, but as I said, maybe Dave Gardner would know more about it.
Yeah, he's our hockey guy.
His history of hockey is unmatched.
But, Sean talks about Sean. I don't know, it's hard for me to suss your question. I think, given the fact that baseball is basically a religion in the Caribbean, it really is, in Latin America, what have you. I've been screaming for years we should have a team in San Juan. It is a U.S. territory, and it's not a floating island garbage. Sorry, had to get that out there. I think that if baseball is an American sport, I think Puerto Rico, or how about the Dominican Republic, something like that. I would love to see expansion into one of those, into either a country like Dominican Republic or a U.S. territory like Puerto Rico. Why not?
You're going to have
somebody out west.
You will have expansion sooner or later. It will occur. Just means more money.
Right.
You'll have expansion right now. If I was to choose a couple of expansion sites right now, to me, Montreal has got to be back on the list for the Expos.
Let me ask you why though, because Montreal had a team before and they let shit go. They let everything go to shit.
They did, but Canada wants them back now, and they realize what they're missing.
So why not put a ball club in Vancouver?
Why not? Again, I just think Montreal. I think because the Expos name is still classic. I think they'd like to bring back the Expos because of the name itself and the history that team had.
Got screwed over two of the shortened seasons too.
I'm
not arguing, man. Great teams, but Montreal. I mean, the
Expos in 1994 probably would have won that World Series. Maybe I don't know, but that was their best team ever. until that season got canceled. Boy, that 94 season, I went back over there. I don't care. And it says Tony Gwynn would have made 400. He was batting 394 at the time. That guy would have got 400. He would have made it. I know it. But it's still what the Expos. The Nashville right now is a favorite. The Nashville.
I think Nashville's going to get a franchise.
I think Nashville will too. They're still talking about Charlotte.
I don't know if Charlotte's as strong. It's not booming the way it was. Maybe Nashville seems to make sense just because of everything that's associated with Nashville, right? The whole country music thing and all that.
Nashville's a favorite. Las Vegas would have been a favorite if the Athletics were not moving there. So they would. Yeah. Las Vegas would have been a favorite, but since the Athletics are moving there in a few years, and from the renditions of the ballpark they're going to play in, that's going to be a gorgeous place to play baseball. But if they build it the way the CGI looks, but looks like an old version of Scheid Park. But but either way, Nashville's a favorite, Charlotte's a favorite. I still say Montreal's a favorite. Maybe I don't know if you need another team in Texas. San Antonio, I heard, was a favorite. Maybe a team in Utah. I don't know. So far, I heard the Utah Hockey Club is doing very well out there, which is
Utah might be good. I think a lot of the fan base there is probably Rockies fans because that's the closest they have, right?
Right.
So,
and now, but we all got to pay our respects, unfortunately, to the Tampa Bay Rays because of Hurricane Milton. What it did to us, did to my state down here.
Yeah.
They're going to play at Steinbrenner Field for the year.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, Steinbrenner Field. It's an 11,000 seat stadium, which is pretty much what they were drawing anyway at the orange juice can. But they're going to play there. It's not going to be a lot of fun. First of all, that's Tampa. It's not down here in South Florida. Tampa it's hotter during the summer, and it's more rain up there than actually we get down here in the tropics.
Yeah.
So because it's temperate climate.
Oh, I know. I've been to that part of Florida. It's brutal, man.
It is brutal. And Major League Baseball has already changed the schedule for them. So now, if you go ahead to look at the Tampa Bay Rays, they're going to play most of their home games. Now they switched a lot of home and away games because of this, because they know what the weather is like during the summer. So now, if you look at the Rays schedule, you're going to see a whole bunch of home games in April and May, in early June, and then a lot of away games in late July, August, and in late June, July, and August, because they know what the weather is like in that area. So they've already changed the schedule. So the schedule has already been adjusted because of the damage done to Tropicana Field, which when I saw the roof, I looked at that and I said, there is no way they will get that stadium fixed by March 27th next year, for opening day. Now, I don't care how much money they put into that. There is no way they can do it. Plus, the Rays are getting a new stadium in 2028. So
they need a new ballpark. They need
badly. That's a horrible place. If Oakland Coliseum is the worst place to play, the juice can was right. There was a very close second.
The juice can.
Yeah, the juice can. The warehouse. That's a horrible place for baseball. I was there. I hated it. Now, of course, when I go to Lone Depot Park to see the Mets and the Marlins over here, at least that stadium is very comfortable. The roof is all high up and all that. There's not a bad seat at Lone Depot Park. The only problem with Lone Depot is getting to it because they put it at the worst possible location here in South Florida. So they couldn't have put that in a worse spot. But the Rays are going to have to play, and every game they play is going to have to be at night. You cannot play during the day, in that place, because it's an open air stadium. There's no roof on it, so no air conditioning, and it's going to be horrible for the fans as well. Okay, and it's not going to be not speaking about what the players are going to go through in that heat. All right, so they have to play their games at night. All right, and so the Rays are going to Rays right now really don't have a park, so they'll play at Steinbrenner Field for this season, and then they'll see what they do for 2026. But right now, the Rays have got. I feel bad for them. That's not their fault at all. That was a hurricane. That was a bad one. It came right off the coast. It did serious damage. That stadium was never the roof, they said, was supposed to handle winds of up to 150, 160 mile an hour. Milton didn't get that fast, but that roof was over 25 years old. So you know what the sun did to that roof.
Robert, that stadium itself is over 30 years old because the Lightning played there in the early 90s.
Yes, when it was the Thunderdome at the time. So exactly. So yes, it's a hard. It was a very bad. I feel bad. Trust me, I feel bad for the fans up there. I have nothing against the Rays. Okay, I feel bad for the fans. I feel bad for the players. I actually, the owners, I know they could probably put the money into it, but even if they do, there's no way they can get. First of all, it's not just the roof. Water damage was done to the field. Water damage was done to the scoreboard. Water damage was done to to the structure inside the stadium. Because when the roof came off, all the water went into it. There is a lot of water damage in that place. It's not just putting a roof on and say, okay, let's play. No, they got to make sure the stadium is structurally sound. They got to make sure all the electronics are still okay. There's probably corrosion, probably rust, probably shorts and electronic damage that they got to find, and they may not be able to find it. And when I saw how the roof looked the day after Milton hit, I said, Tampa Bay, you are not playing baseball in that ballpark this year. I don't care how much you could put $1 billion into it. You will not get that done in 7 months, okay, before the Rockies come to town. It's not happening. I feel really bad for them. I do. But Major League Baseball at least adjusted the schedule. So now a lot of games that were on the road for the Rays that were late are now been moved to home. And a lot of the home games they had early were now moved late. So to play in their ballparks instead. So a lot of home and away series were changed, okay, to accommodate what happened. You can't blame the Rays. It's not their fault that Wilma decided to come and pay them a visit. Milton came to pay him a visit.
All right, I'll get World's Worst Gamer here. No on-field rule changes are going that I can see here.
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of, but I guess a new home hat will be used with a main color, with red being a main color, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, I've seen the new Cleveland uniform. I've seen the new Cleveland digs. I like them. I like the colors.
The interleague matchup for the main, like Guardians and Reds, will be 6 games instead of 4.
Right. They're now going to now your natural rival is your natural rivals, instead of playing 4 games against your natural rivals, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Mets, Yankees, White Sox, Cubs, your natural rivals are now going to be a 6 games now instead of 4, which means they took away 2 games from the not interleague play, but from intra-league play. So usually, when you play, you're still playing the same amount of games in your division, 13 games each in your division, and it was 6 or 7 games against teams out of your division in the league. So if you had 7 games against that team last year, now it'll be 6. It'll be 6 and 6, and still have 4 and 3. But yeah, that's what they did, which I think actually makes sense. I think your natural rival, although I kind of wish they'd get rid of interleague all the way now. It was a nice little thing when it started, but
it's got to go away.
It's got to go.
It's got to go away, man.
I think it does. I think But the thing about it is because you only have 15 teams in each league, it's an odd number. Maybe they'll dump it maybe they'll dump interleague play when 2 more teams are added, one to the American and one to the National League.
Robert, there's too much money to be made because let's say the Dodgers come to town. You know that for an American League team, that'll sell out immediately.
There is that. I understand. You're not wrong. I just wish it would go. I think it's lost its luster. But yes, come on. Let's be honest. When the Mets play the Yankees, the stadium is filled at Citi Field, and it's filled at Yankee Stadium, of course. Okay, especially. But for those big rivals. But then again, you got those other great, spectacular rivals, such as the San Diego Padres versus the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
That is your natural rival, really?
In 1997, when you had Tony Gwynn versus Ken Griffey Jr., it wasn't so bad, but
that wouldn't be so bad. But they didn't. But remember, those guys didn't play. They weren't playing interleague at that time yet.
Interleague 97 was the first interleague series.
Started in 1997.
Yeah.
1997 was the first year of interleague.
Oh, but the Griffey would have been in. Would he have been in Cincinnati by that point?
Griffey was. I think he was. He was in Cincinnati at the time. Yes.
Okay, so
World's Worst Gamer's not wrong. Also, the one thing I do now, as much as I would like to see it go away, I do like how they're doing interleague now. You are playing everybody. I never liked the division rotation. I do like what World's Worst Gamer said. I do like you should play everybody. If you're going to do interleague, play everyone. So whoever you played this year at home, you'll be at that guy's at home, except for your natural rival, where the Yankees and Mets would play 6 games, but you play 3 against every other team in the division and in the league. I do like that. Okay. I never liked the rotating division. I do like how they're doing it now. I do support that since they are doing it right. You should play everybody. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why there really has not been a dominant team. And the reason why I'm saying that, when you build a team, I think, if you're in the National League, you're looking at teams that you got to beat in the National League, okay? You're really, because these are the teams that you're chasing or trying to stay ahead of in order to make the postseason. The teams you play in the American League, in a way, really are meaningless to you because you're not chasing them or they're not chasing you. So if the Mets are in first place, okay, and the Yankees are in second place, but it doesn't matter. The Mets, we don't care where the Yankees are. They're not behind us. They're in the other league. But the Phillies or the Braves you're concerned about because you're right behind them, or the Brewers or the Reds or the Pirates because they're in the other division, but you're looking at a wild card position there, or maybe the first, if you're trying to win a division, first, second, or third place. I really wish they would get rid of. I think the playoff format needs to be changed a bit. I don't like the format 100% the way it is.
What I don't like about it is that divisional play is meaningless now. It's meaningless. I mean, it's not
meaningless
because everybody plays everybody. So when you were playing in your division, right, there was that you could gain or lose a game or whatever, right? I mean, those games against your division rivals meant something. They don't mean anything anymore now.
Well,
and frankly, I don't give a shit about seeing. I mean, no knock on the Angels, just pulling a team out of my arse here. I don't really, it's not as important for me to see the Pirates play the Angels as it is for me to see the Pirates play the Reds more often, or the Cubs,
I agree, but you are, as I said, you are allowing other fans to come see their team once every 2 years. And what I would like to see in the postseason is I really would like to see one more team added. I don't like, if you are have the lowest amount of wins, but you win the division, you still have to play a wild card. This is not the NFL, okay, where you have 8 divisions and stuff like that. This is not the NFL. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like it where if you are the worst division winner, you have to play a wild card series like the Brewers did, and of course they.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah.
But I think they need to add one more team, and I think they need to.
Well, you mentioned Salt Lake before, my friend. Have they expressed an interest in a major league franchise?
Oh, absolutely.
Have they?
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Utah wants everything now. They see how much money it can make. But I would like to see one. I would like to see 7 teams from each league. I would like to see the top 2 teams each division, 1 wild card. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The division winners get a bye.
Dan Burke, my favorite Irishman. Welcome in.
4 will play 7, and 5 will play 6. All right, in a 1 game, and then the winner of that will play in a 1 game. It'll take 4 days to play the wild card series. All right, you'll alternate. All right, and then you go, and then if you're because here's the thing, because of the setup of the postseason. Remember the Dodgers. Okay. They were a division champion, but for the first 2 years before that, no division champions played in the National League Championship Series in 21, and 22, or 23 when they started doing it. All right. So it's very popular. You had wild card teams play in 22 and 23, not division champions. If you do it the way I do it, you are guaranteed at least 1 division champion to play for the championship of the league in both, of course, American and national. I kind of like to have an extra playoff team, all right, or do it the way I do it on my expanded postseasons when I do inside pitch with the 6 division alignment. Top 2 teams in each division play the top 2 teams are going automatically in. Okay, the number 6 plays the 5 in a 1 game. The winner there plays the number 4 in a 1 game, and then you go to division series. Why not my way instead? If you just want to keep it 6 and not go to 7, at least in a 6 division format. I really hate the division format. I like to go back to 2 in East and West. All right, or better yet, dump the divisions. Just have an American League and National League like they did in the old days.
Well, but the thing is, the problem with that, and I'm such a purist. I just want 16 teams, which will never happen. But the thing is with when you've got 15 teams in each league and you do away with the divisions, that's you're going to run into the what happened to the National League right before the birth of the American League. So quick baseball history for those of you who don't know, because everybody likes to bring up the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. You look at the Cleveland Spiders in the 1890s; they were always competitive, but the National League had become so bloated, so huge that they had to get rid of players just to try to stay afloat, which is why they sucked in 1899. You're going to see the same thing happen. And so while a lot of people might say, well, fine, so we're calling the herd, but what happens? I think you're going to so if you get rid of divisions, what happens to a team like the Chicago White Sox? Right? Well, because now they're going to finish 15th. They're good, right? Which is they finished 30th this year. But you know what I mean? And all of baseball. Well, they're going to finish 15th in the American League. So psychologically, we know they were the worst team in baseball. But it sounds a lot worse to say you finish 15th than finishing 6th, right? Or whatever it is, right?
If you have the 2 leagues, you take the top. You can take the top 6 teams in each league and play it that way.
So you're almost talking about a soccer format there in a way.
In a way, almost like a soccer format in a way. Or you just go, or like I said, you go back to an East and West, take the top 3 teams each division, okay, and then like I said, and you stay in your divisions, by the way. So the number 3 plays the number 2 in that division, okay, and the winner there would play in a division series, something like that, a best of 3. Then they have a best of 5.
I like the 1970s East and West. I like National League East and West.
But in those days, remember, the best team not always won the World Series, but usually the best team had a better chance to get to the World Series because they finished on top of the league, of their division. I mean, in 1986, the Mets had the most wins. They won the whole thing. This year, the Dodgers had the most wins. I think they only had 94 wins, but they won the whole thing. 2017, 2018, the Red Sox had the most wins, and they won the whole thing. But, and then before that, I think it was, the 2011 Cardinals or something like that. I'm not sure. But anyway,
would you say at least? So one thing I would like to see, and something we don't talk about too much, but we're old enough, seasoned enough, if you will, to remember when the National League and the American League were autonomous, right? I mean, even down to, as I always ask I always ask people a little bit of trivia, like if you've played Earl Weaver baseball, okay, so is that how do you know whether the programmers were favoring a National League or an American League look? And the answer is the American League. If you go back and look at that game, what's the umpire holding? The big damn pillow that the American League umpires used, the National League umpires didn't. But you had the president of the National League, the president of the American League, and I'd like to see that autonomy restored. Not going to happen.
No, I'd like to see that too.
Yeah, not going to happen. And you're not. And I here we go again. Another thing, I want to see the DH go away in the National League. I'm sorry. I loved the uniqueness, but fans apparently like it. I liked the fact that the National League was the only professional baseball organization on the planet that didn't use a DH. And now we're the American League.
There's one issue that brought it up. Number one, two issues actually. Number one, you're paying the pitchers just to pitch. Not any of them want to hit anymore. Number two, with the pitcher batting, you're essentially shorting the game to 8 innings.
I don't know. See, so to my counter to that is, and again, this is and admittedly maybe a poor counter, but it worked for baseball prior to 1973. It worked for decades.
Give a damn.
It did until you started paying pitchers $700 million. And the thing about that's the thing. Okay, you're pitching. I agree with Tim on this one. Do I like the DH? No, I can't stand it. I wish I'd get rid of it in both leagues. I'm sorry. The pitcher should grab himself a stick and get to the plate and take a hack. Okay, fine. Yeah. And a lot more baseball strategy at that time. Well, geez, do I want my pitcher to bat here? He's pitching a good game, but we're down 2-1 here in the late innings.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure about my bullpen. I mean, a lot more strategy back at the time. But now you got these $500 million pitchers, and you don't want them twisting their ankle, okay, or tearing their ACL, trying to outrun a ground ball to second. You just don't want that to happen.
So teach them to bunt. I don't know, man. Come on.
They did bunt at the time.
I know.
It can still happen when you're trying to outrun a bunt.
But look at the rabbit hole we're going down, right? Because what has disappeared from baseball that used to be a meaningful stat? Complete games. Now it's quality starts.
Yes.
Yeah, quality starts.
Come on.
50 ERA is a quality start. Give me a flipping break.
Yeah. You can say fucking on this channel. It's fine. But anyhow, unless you're not a cursor, Tim, that's fine. I'll say for you. Give me a fucking break. Right there. I said it for you. I mean, come on. I don't know. Granted, I'm not going to compare dead ball pitchers to modern era pitchers because those guys weren't throwing. They didn't have to throw 95 miles an hour. Walter Johnson, but I'm saying, okay. But even so, right? You had pitchers having to bear down on every pitch in the 1960s, the 1970s, right? Well, 1973, whatever. But they were still hitting. Right, in the National League, right, that you weren't stopping guys from Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson went up there and took his damn hacks, man. All these guys, Don Drysdale, and so all of a sudden now, okay, so right, kinesiology, I get it. We don't want these guys to hurt, but Nolan Ryan has argued, no, actually, the more you pitch, it's like you're working that, Nolan Ryan, man. I mean, okay. Yeah, most walks in history, but also the most strikeouts. And this guy would pitch, ride an exercise bike for 45 minutes after a game, and he would be throwing on his days off.
And even some of the older pitchers, I want to say it was probably either Greg Maddux or some of the older Braves pitchers, they don't run anymore in between starts. Like you got to flush yourself out of all the, and run.
I gotta say this too. I've only played a few games so far in my Fall Classic Baseball 1919 one and gone tournament, and I've already seen the batter's face level on all the pitchers so far, such as Walter Johnson, Stan Kovaleski, some of the pitchers already from these guys, Bob Shockey, and Seacott. I got the White Sox tomorrow night. They're playing They're playing I have them playing the Philadelphia Phillies. Eddie Seacott's on the mound. But I've already looked at the pitchers and the batters faced. The batters faced level on these pitchers is 36 before they start to tire. That's 4 times through the lineup.
Yep.
Okay. And I've already seen, even though I can, rolling the games, I can already see a difference between playing a dead ball game, even though it's Fall Classic. It's not inside pitch,
right?
But it's Fall Classic.
Mm-hmm.
And I already see how dead ball feels.
Very different.
A lot of low scoring games.
Yeah.
Okay. They were low scoring. I think I only had 1 home run so far. Only 1 home run. Okay. There, the pitchers going deep into the game. Okay. Lots of bunts, lots of fielding errors, because fielding really wasn't, that important.
Small gloves, bad ballparks.
Small gloves, bad balls, exactly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've already seen it. And I'm seeing how these pitchers pitched during that time. And now you go ahead and you look at today, and of course, and Tim is right. Instead of complete game, now you got quality start, which I think is what you have to go 6 innings for a quality start.
Yeah, it's horse shit.
Which is horse shit. It is. Okay. I would love the manager to go up to Bob Gibson and say, "Hey, look, guy, it's your third time in the lineup. You gotta come out of the game."
Gibson, you need balls the size of Nebraska to go out and say that to Bob Gibson, man. Come on.
Bob Gibson would say, "Sit your ass down."
Exactly.
Okay. I have a broken leg, and I'm still going to go out there and pitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I could see him going to Sandy Koufax and say, "Hey, Sandy, you can't go through the lineup." Sandy said, "What are you talking about? They're not. I'm going to strike every one of these guys out again. Just go sit your ass down." Really, Seaver, the same thing. Nolan Ryan, lefty, the same thing. Even in the 90s pitchers, I like to say, "Hey, Greg Maddux, you got to come out of the game." I say, "Get out of here."
Yeah, exactly.
Greg Maddox's games went too quickly for a manager to pull him after 5 innings.
Yeah, unless, of course, Greg Maddux is facing Tony Gwynn, then maybe Greg Maddux want to sit down. You never struck him out, by the way.
I would, Sean. I would watch it. The thing is, though, baseball, because, so this is something I've talked about, not in this way, but baseball trying to create all these crazy rule changes, and yet the answer to some of the perceived problems, so I'm a baseball hardcore guy. If I go to a ballpark, I don't mind, man. I'm in the ballpark. If it's the game's 3.5, 4, I don't give a shit. It's baseball. I love baseball. But for baseball has the answer to a lot of things to speed up play by looking to its past. Would I go to see something like that where you would have, or an alternate league even? I don't know that in America there's the appetite for that. I think hardcore baseball fans would, but a casual baseball fan doesn't give a shit.
I can't see a casual baseball fan going to an old timers game.
No.
If it was an old timers league, I just don't. I think they'd rather see. I think they would rather.
Right, Sean. I get you, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Robert. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Sean. I don't think that. I hear people again, but it's casual baseball fans that are just like, the season's too long and blah, blah. And it's like, well, actually, if you look at it in time, there are seasons just as long as baseball. Most professional, right? These teams, they're long. Football feels shorter. I mean, it is a bit shorter, but you're only playing 1 game a week, all right? And sometimes these guys will play pretty close, right? But hockey, basketball, basketball is a long season, right? But it's baseball. Baseball is its own worst enemy. And so doing all these things, and why as a look, I've given it on some things, gentlemen, I really have, but I do not like interleague play. This is where I have to respectfully disagree. I don't like it. I want the National League and the American League. I want whoever meets in the World Series. I don't want these teams to have met prior to the World Series. I don't want to see that. I don't. I don't want to see that. Take something away from it. I know for football, it's been like that. The people I'm staying with here are all big football fans. They're like, oh, this is cool. This could be like a preview to the Super Bowl. So they're used to that. But in baseball, at least for me, so let's say for fans 40 and over, it's kind of always been, well, the World Series. This is great. Now, finally, we're going to see, the Indians and the Mets, just pulling out two postseason teams here. The Indians and Mets, right? They haven't faced each other all year. How are they going to match up? There's something exciting about that. But no, they've already played. They played a series, or whatever during the season. Mm-hmm. And I don't care. So Big Clue, whom I haven't spoken to in a while because I'm not in Field of Dreams anymore. But he came up with a brilliant geographic realignment of baseball that works. And it creates rivalries again. It puts Pittsburgh and Cleveland in the same division. These two cities are 85 miles apart. And you football fans know about the Steelers-Browns rivalry. Why not create that? Why not create it in baseball?
Between Pittsburgh and Cleveland.
What's that, Tim?
A little bit more than 85 miles.
A little bit more, but not much. I mean, it's not like it's not like I'm driving from Pittsburgh to Columbus or Pittsburgh to Toledo, right? So what is it?
It's 134 miles.
It's still, come on, that's nothing. That's close. That's nothing.
It's essentially you're almost equidistant from Columbus. If you live in Cleveland, you're almost as equidistant from Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Columbus.
So so Detroit is also in this divisional realignment he did, and so he did it by geographic, and it made sense. It made sense. So since if the American League and National League are just monikers now, which they really are, because everybody's playing everybody, there's no autonomy anymore. Why not a geographic realignment?
Like changing into an Eastern Conference or a Western Conference, something like that.
I mean, as much as I'm a purist, why do we still have why do we have National and American League anymore? It doesn't mean anything with the advent of interleague play. And with taking away the autonomy of the leagues. I mean, because the presidents of these leagues could make unilateral decisions, right, based upon, well, this is what we're going to do in our league. Our umpires in the American League, we're going to use these big balloons or whatever. National League, they didn't, or whatever. There were different. The strike zones were even different between the National and American League. You guys look at your baseball history, you know that. So if that autonomy is gone, Big Clue's geographic realignment makes perfect sense. So if you guys are a member of the Discord, just message him and say, hey, Beatles was talking about geographic. He posted it somewhere on the Fields of Dreams Discord. It might even be in the McGreevy Discord too. I don't know. But it makes sense. And at least you could reignite rivalries, some more rivalries where they don't exist. The Pittsburgh Pirates, our other rival, we have one longtime rival in the National League Central, and that's the Cincinnati Reds. We battled each other like crazy in the 70s and again in the early 90s. And then we met in the 20 wouldn't really one of the postseasons in the 2010s. We faced the Reds.
Wouldn't your real natural rival should be the Philadelphia Phillies because they're in the same state?
But they never have been. We've never been rivals of the Phillies ever. And in fact, until Pittsburgh hit that bad stretch, I mean, the 50s kind of hurt, but it was the 80s that really hurt the Pirates until we started the rebuilding effort in 1988, right? But the Pirates, right? I mean, so once you get to east of State College, home of Penn State, is the geographic center of the Commonwealth. So, but once you get past that and you started getting into Harrisburg and stuff, that's Phillies country, right? But you go west of Harrisburg, it's more it was always more Pirates. But there was never this. The Pirates and Phillies fans hate each other. It was never that. It was Phillies and Mets. Right? Yeah, there was that great rivalry there with great rivalry. You know what I'm saying? There was that rivalry. But no, the Phillies were never rivals of ours, ever. We battled it out, in the 1970s. 1977 comes to mind, and I think 74, maybe? I don't know. Right? But no, they weren't. Our rivals were the Cincinnati Reds. That it was just, you look at the 1970s, man, and the Bucks and the Reds were battling it out. That almost, except for 1973, first season without Roberto Clemente, but we were in the thick of it, the whole thing, right? So Cubs, Cardinals, there, you've got that rivalry. Red Sox, Yankees, Giants, Dodgers. So Big Clue's geographic realignment happily retains those classic rivalries, but creates new ones. Pittsburgh, Cleveland makes sense, right? So you have Kansas City and St. Louis. They met in the 1985 World Series. What a fun rivalry there, right? bragging rights for the state of Missouri. Sure. Not such a bad thing, right?
You can go ahead and of course, you can put the Mets and the Yankees in the same division. So,
oh my God! Well, you'd have the murder rate would go up in New York. Hey, Dwayne, happy birthday! I wish you on Facebook a happy birthday, buddy.
I didn't get a chance to wish the man a happy birthday.
You get look, you got Dwayne. Seriously, you talk about the Braves. Well, you get Braves, Marlins, Braves, Rays, whatever. Put that right geographically. There you go. Create that. But you've got that big swath of the country. And that's why, Robert, I'd asked you again about, does Salt Lake have an appetite for a franchise? Because basically, Colorado Rockies rule that. Because you're not going to put a team in Wyoming. You're not going to put a team in Montana or the Dakotas. Well, they just don't have the population,
Well, right now with hockey moving in the Utah Hockey Club, which they've got over there this year, right. And I wouldn't be surprised. I'm pretty sure baseball is checking that as a test market to see how well they receive hockey. And then they think, okay, they're receiving hockey pretty well. Let's see if they'll receive baseball. Let's see if we'll ask them if they want to receive baseball. And
Salt Lake's they've had minor league baseball out there. It's been very successful.
The Salt Lake City Bees.
Yeah, exactly.
Salt Lake Bees. That's a AAA ball club out there. The Salt Lake Bees. That's a AAA club, and I heard they draw pretty well. So got the Salt Lake Bees, which is AAA. So yeah, they'll go ahead and. I can't see Major League. I could see Utah so far is hyped up for hockey. I don't see why they wouldn't be hyped up for
baseball.
Hyped up for baseball, and of course Utah loves its football with Utah and Brigham Young. And Utah State out there, but I love their baseball, their football, their college football, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if right now Major League Baseball is looking at Utah right now and seeing how the hockey season takes off for them, and they said, okay, they embraced hockey. Maybe they can embrace baseball. Very possible. Absolutely very possible.
I'm already. I followed the baseball season this year. It's the first year I've followed it in a long time, and it was, for all its faults, it's still my game, and I'm looking forward to a few days after the Super Bowl already. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm ready. Pitchers and catchers report. Let's go.
I'll go to spring training like I always do. I always go to see the Mets at least one or two.
Yeah, I'm jealous, man. I've never seen a spring training game like in person.
Spring training games are so much fun. They really are. I like them better than the regular season. I mean, I can't really make trips to Lone Depot Park here to see the Marlins play the Mets really anymore. It's just not easy to get out there. To get down there, it really isn't. But I'm probably just going to limit myself to seeing 2 spring training games and be happy with it. But but no, spring training is so much fun. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. It's not very well. It's not packed. Okay, you get to sit down with your hot dog, with your beer, with your peanuts, and just watch a little game of exhibition baseball. You get to see some kids. You get to see some stars. Spring training is so much fun. It really is. I look forward to it every single year. And usually the weather is perfect. The last one I went to, the temperature was like, I think it was a high 70s, a light wind, partly sunny, was perfect. All right. That's what I love about spring training. Spring training is so much fun. It really is. And I look forward to it. Have you looked at the Hall of Fame ballot lately these days?
No, there's a Pittsburgh Pirate right fielder that looks like he might finally get in.
He may finally get in.
Dear God, he has to get in very soon.
He does.
The main ballot, the newest guys on the main ballot is Ichiro, which will be a slam dunk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on.
He better get 100% of the vote. That man never caused any problems on or off the field. That man better get 100% of the vote.
Yep.
All right. He's the best Japanese player in baseball history.
No argument there, my friend.
So Ichiro will get in. CC Sabathia has a 3.84 ERA. But what will get him in, though, he had over 3,000 strikeouts, and that will get him in. All right. I don't know if he'll get it on the first, but every baseball pitcher, except for Clemens, with over 3,000 strikeouts is in the Hall of Fame. So I think Sabathia will get in. Billy Wagner just missed it last year.
Wagner will get in. Wagner gets in this year.
Wagner gets in this year, as he should. All right. He's one of the best closers of the time. Billy Wagner should get in there. And I think that's all you're going to see. I don't think there'll be anybody else from the I don't think – hold on a minute. I don't think
what was Andrew Jones at last year? Is he off the ballot soon?
Who?
Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones is not off the ballot yet. He is let's see here. Hold the phone, Central. I'm on Baseball Reference as we speak. Let's go to the Hall of Let's see. Where's my Hall of Fame? There's all. Andrew Jones is in his 8th chance of getting this is his 8th year. This is Billy Wagner's last chance, which I think as I said, he was 73.8 last year. He'll get in this time.
He's got to. He's got to. Andrew Jones, he received 61.6. I'm sorry. I don't know if I could put him in the Hall. That 254 batting average really irks me.
That career, that's his
I understand he had over 400 home runs. I understand he was a heck of a player. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, but you know what? Then you got to make the argument that Dave Kingman should be in first before him. You know?
Yeah. Then you got but Dave King. But
I mean,
I just
no. I think they're Hall of very good. Besides, there's a couple other guys out there that aren't in the Hall of Fame that should be and keep getting past it. And I'm not even going to talk about the dead ball guys either.
Right.
So Billy Wagner's got to be in.
Billy Wagner's got to
get Allen?
Huh?
Dick Allen. Damn right. Dick Allen.
He better get in this time.
What the hell? That's got to be the biggest snub in Hall of Fame history right there.
What is it? What was that? The Hall of Fame class? The Golden Age or something? Or
something like that. Yeah.
On here, there was baseball, not football, you geeks. Hold on here. Jeez. What's the? Gotta find it. I know. What was it? That's the the Golden Era, something like that, or
the classic baseball.
Pre-1980. Here we go. The classic baseball. Yeah, the classic era. Hold on. Who's on this? Dick Allen, who better get in this time.
He's got to get in.
Ken Boyer is on this list. Is on here. John Donaldson, Negro League, heck of a player.
Yes.
Steve Garvey is on the list.
Oops. Yeah.
Vic Harris, Negro League, heck of a player.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy John, I got to put him in. Tommy John has the same stats as Cott. You got to put Tommy John in, especially since you got a surgery named after the guy. Put him in the Hall.
That's right. You got a medical procedure. You're in, man.
Okay, so Tommy John, I put Tommy John in. I think to me, Dick Allen would be a lock. Tommy John should be a lock. Dave Parker, he should be a lock, but that off the field crap, I don't know. All right, but Cobra definitely. And how do you not put in Louis Tion? Louis Tion is on the list.
I know that's a big.
How do you not put in El Diante? Really, every one of these guys deserves to be in. I have no problem with any of them. But if I could only choose 4, it would be Dick Allen, Tommy John, Dave Parker, and Louis Tion. And if I had to make one more, and the Negro League players, John Donaldson and Vic Harris, I think they should be in. No matter, but I never saw them play. But if I had my choice between Ken Boyer and Steve Garvey, I'm taking Ken Boyer. I think Boyer was a heck of a player.
Yeah, he was.
Ken Boyer was solid. So I don't know. He was one of the best third basemen ever. I don't know why he's not in as it is, but Dick Allen should have been put in years ago. So I don't know why.
Well, he's it was kind of, I mean, so he didn't. So I mean, Ted Williams had a very, and I'm being very nice when I say this, a complicated relationship with the press. So did Dick Allen. Thing is, Ted Williams, when you hit 406, and I'm not knocking Dick Allen. I'm just trying to offer maybe a reason why he's not in there. He was, Dick Allen, right, wasn't an ass kisser. He didn't, he just didn't kiss the ass of the sports writers, man. And that shit comes back to haunt you.
Kiss the ass of his managers either.
No, he didn't. But Dick Allen not in the Hall of Fame is a crime. Dick Allen should be in the Hall of Fame.
Now here's another question.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
Had a lifetime ban on the Hall of Fame. He is now gone. Do you put him in?
Who?
His lifetime ban is over.
Oh, Pete Rose. Yeah. So
Pete Rose, put him in.
But you also got to put in Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Well, he
got to.
Shoeless Joe, of course. I mean, Jackson was the
third highest batting average in baseball history.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Shoeless Joe Jackson. I mean, what, the Willie Mays of his time? I mean, come on. So
I'm all for Rose. I was for Rose being in when he was alive, with the proviso that Shoeless Joe Jackson was brought in. They could have had little notes on their plaques, but we're talking about baseball's all-time hit leader, not in the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose, yes, he should be in there. Right. And the guy bet on games
is also not in the Hall of Fame.
I'm sorry.
Your all-time home run leader is not
in the Hall of Fame. Okay, that's another subject, though. We could talk about that for a couple minutes here. What do you guys think about the steroid guys?
Put him in. Put him in. I'm sick and tired of it. Put it in. Just put him in. Just put him in. And the reason why I'm saying it is because they deserve to be in because they put baseball back on the map. Remember, after the 1994 cancellation, which was a travesty. Okay.
Yes.
Baseball was lucky they were treading water in 95 in the 1995 season and the 96 season. The 1997 season, all right, where the Marlins won that one, really was, in my opinion, even though it was my Marlins that did win the series that year and it was a heck of a team. Okay. That was a season I think that actually brought baseball back to life. 95, I remember 95 a little bit. 96 again, I don't know, but for some reason the 97, because they went to the new the alignment and stuff, the 97 season I thought put baseball back on the map, but the 98 season, the home run chase between Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire, baseball, because of that chase, brought baseball back to life and resurrected the game. Okay, and now you don't want to reward those guys because they brought back the game that a lot of people thought was on life support after 94. All right. Now you don't want to reward those guys. And I thought about it and they're saying, well, they cheated. I said, you know what? If you're a batter, you still have to put your bat on the ball. In order to hit a home run, you cannot just swing your bat at the ball. You have to launch the ball at a certain angle in order to put the ball out of the park, like Barry Bonds is able to do. Okay. In order to pitch, Roger Clemens, okay, you still have to grip the ball, make one of the toughest movements your body can make.
Right.
All right. You could compare maybe the pitcher movement to a golfer's movement in a way, because what a golfer does when he swings the ball, the body's not supposed to do that. But but a pitcher, same thing. All right, he has to make a movement. You still have to put the ball across the plate in a certain way. All right, in order to get the batter out. And I understand what people are saying about it. I get it. You know what? I'm sick and tired. Put him in the Hall. But before you do that, though, the first two people you put in the Hall before you do that is Pete Rose and Shoeless.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we got one vote for the Royds. What about you, Tim?
As long as it's not gambling, I mean, you're right. You still have to put bat to ball, and you still have to throw the ball over the plate. And everybody was doing them then.
Right.
And it's not just that, you also got to field. Yeah. Remember, you still got to field your position. Mark McGwire was not a bad first baseman. Okay, he was a pretty decent first baseman. All right. And Rafael Palmeiro was pretty good in the field. Okay. Sammy Sosa was pretty good in the field. All right. Roger Clemens, not bad range off the mound. So, you know what? And it really stinks because being in high school in the 80s, watching my 1980s Mets with players such as Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry and Ron
Thanks, Dwayne. I'm going to go back and redo all of these because I'm sorry, Robert. What your thought? I want to address some Dwayne. No, I appreciate, buddy. What we realized, because Robert came in all these years I've been doing this, and I've been scrolling, and Robert called my attention to this damn button that's been here forever is the filter button. So thank you, Robert. So yeah, I'm going to go back and do these. Dwayne, go back to your own to do with the ball caps and stuff like that, man. I'm just right now I'm enjoying the conversation, but thank you, man. I appreciate that.
But what's sad about it is all the great players I was watching, even Roger Clemens, and these players, you really can't. I watched some of the greatest players of my lifetime. Okay, because I wasn't alive when Koufax was pitching, or I wasn't alive. I was too young when Clemente passed away, or
right.
or I wasn't even. My grandpa was a youngster, when Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig were playing, and
sure.
George Sisler, and Walter Johnson was pitching. Okay, so I never saw those players, pitch. I mean, yeah, I've seen some pictures and movies, but I've not actually watched them on the screen. Okay, on live TV. So you're telling me that some of the greatest players that I watched ever in my life, you can't put them in the Hall of Fame because you say they cheated,
right?
And still, there you don't. I mean, you really don't have 110% proof. Although you have a report. Whatever. I mean. Like even A-Rod can't get in. Man-Ram can't get in. Gary Sheffield can't get in. And I don't even remember him even being mentioned in the Mitchell report. Gary Sheffield has over 500 home runs. He would be the first Marlin to go into the Hall of Fame, and he can't get in. All right, Sheffield's not in there either. Man-Ram's not in there. A-Rod's not in there. Come on. I mean, some of the greatest players that I've ever seen. And you don't want to give them their due.
Well, I've noticed you have been mentioning one of your favorite players who happened to be a New York Met and a St. Louis Cardinal. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Keith Hernandez.
Yeah.
Well, he's one of my. Dwight Gooden is my favorite Mets player of all time. And as much as I'm going to say why not Seaver, I said I didn't really get to see Seaver pitch much because when Seaver was pitching with the Mets, it was 74, 75. I was like too young. All right. I mean, I did get to see him pitch a couple of times, but growing up in high school in the 80s, Dwight Gooden was my favorite Met of all time. All right. Darryl Strawberry came in second because of his swing. And unfortunately, those two would be Hall of Famers. They didn't stay off the shit. But other than that, Keith Hernandez, Keith Hernandez, one of the greatest first basemen ever. He can't get in the Hall. Don Mattingly, one of the greatest first basemen ever. He can't get in the Hall. Okay. And they have the stats. I think unfortunately, Keith Hernandez had issues with the media, and I think that's what's keeping him out of it. Don Mattingly didn't win a championship. If Mattingly had held out for one more year and won the World Series with the Yankees, I think he might have gotten in, but he never won a championship with the Yankees. And let's put it this way: the Yankees, the 80s and early. The Yankees the late 80s and early 90s years for the Yankees were kind of lean. They weren't that great back at the time. Okay. They were good, but they weren't great. Not until the 98 Yankees, but, and everyone says, oh, the 98 Yankees is the best team ever. I said it sure does help when you have a new team called the Tampa Bay Devil Rays that you beat up on and get 17 wins and you get 15 wins out of that team. Yeah, sure. Okay, whatever. Water down the league. I still say the 1927 Yankees is still probably the greatest baseball team of all time. But best baseball team I ever saw.
Cut you off. I got to get up at like 4:30 in the morning, so I got to get going.
Tim, thanks for, as always, coming in, man. I appreciate it.
No problem. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, everybody in the chat.
Oh, brother. I mean, the 86 Mets was the greatest baseball team I ever saw. And not just because I'm a Mets fan, but because they were a lot of fun to watch. Okay.
That was a hell of a World Series. Oh my God.
That was the greatest postseason in baseball history. 3 of the top 10 baseball games of all time, according to MLB Network, are from the 86 postseason. Game 6 of the NLCS between the Astros and the Mets. Game 5 of the Angels Red Sox in the ALCS, where when Dave Henderson hits that home run. Okay. And then, of course, Game 6 of the World Series. And if you wanted to, you could have said Game 7 was pretty good itself, too. All right.
Yeah.
But, and I don't care what anybody says. Mookie Wilson's at-bat was the greatest at-bat in World Series history.
Some might argue Fisk in Game 6 of 75.
No, and the reason why is because, first of all, you know how the at-bat that Mookie Wilson had lasted over almost 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it was epic.
That lasted 7 minutes, right. And everything was on the line when he came up to bat. They were still down 5-4. If he strikes out, grounds out, flies out, Red Sox win the World Series. Okay? And
we would have been rid of the curse of the Bambino bullshit a long time ago.
And with everything that had happened in that at-bat, where that one at-bat you have Wilson just fouling away, fouled away, fouled away, fouled away.
He battled, man. He battled.
Battled. A wild pitch, okay? And then an error by Buckner, which I know Buckner wouldn't have beaten him to the bag anyway if he had fielded it right. But the game was tied. The game was already tied. So, like I said, the person you blame for that series loss is John McNamara, but the manager of the Red Sox. That was the greatest at bat in World Series history. I'm not taking anything away from Kirk Gibson's home run, but
you can't. Well, you can't. You can't.
Kirk Gibson's home run occurred in Game 1.
Right.
Mookie Wilson was battling to keep the Mets alive in a Game 6. Like I said, he strikes out. It's over. The World Series, there was still going to be a Game 2, whether Gibson hit the home run or he flies out or grounds out, and it ends it. Okay? So, and unfortunately, world's worst gamer, I would totally disagree with you on that.
Totally
disagree with him because the World Series was not on the line. But when Mookie Wilson came up, it was on the line. The leverage was much higher.
Okay, so here's the way I would look at it. And so, I mean, you guys both bring up valid points. The reason why I've got to go with Sean on this one, though, is right. Okay, so the World Series wasn't on the line, but here was a guy that could barely sit down, stand up, was a bloody wreck, comes up against Eckersley and battles, man. He's up there. And I think it was the drama. It was the fact that, look, Gibby was right. He wasn't like Lasorda didn't even put him on the card, right? It was a given that Gibby wasn't going to bat. Well, all of a sudden, right? I mean, you know, Vince, everybody's listened to Vin Scully's call. And so I think in terms of sheer grit, here's a guy, again, that was a walk-in wreck, brother. I got to go with Sean on that. I got to go with Sean on this one.
So let me ask you.
Not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Mookie's at bat was awesome, my friend. Okay, but I think just for the sheer drama of it, I mean, everybody. Look, I'm a Pirate fanatic, and I was like, yes. I mean, when Gibby hit that home run, dude, I lost my shit. I loved it.
Gibson hits the home run. The Dodgers lose that World Series of the A's. Are we still talking about it? Nope.
No, we're not. Look, I mean, the 88 Dodgers, the 88 Dodgers overperformed. I will be the first one to say that.
The 88 Dodgers overperformed.
Yeah.
The Mets were the best team in baseball that year, statistically wise.
Statistically.
But they couldn't beat the Dodgers. I said, okay, fine, thanks to Mike bleeping Sosha. But
like Bucky F. Dent.
But
right.
We're talking about that home run, and it is one of the greatest home runs ever in World Series history. That is for sure. As far as home runs, I'll rank that in the top 5, if not top 3 home runs. I'll rank it up there maybe with Freeman's blast in this year or Joe Carter's blast in 93. Okay, which of course was a big one. All right. But
yeah, he's a big Mitch Williams fan. Yes, he is.
That occurred in game 1. That's the problem. The leverage was not the same as Mookie Wilson coming up to bat. His team was down 5-4 in a game 6, where if he strikes out, grounds out, flies out, my 86 Mets are not celebrating anything. So that's why that's the bigger at bat. And plus, it was everything that could occur in that bat pretty much did. Wild pitch, fouled away. I mean, it was a big bat. I'm not taking anything away from Gibson.
Oh, I know you're not. Like I said, I'm just saying, and just on the pure. So to me, you know what that oh, but my God, looking at this, just remember how bad the Pirate uniforms were in the 70s. Anyhow, because I'm not going to be picking a home alt because that was those awful yellow. Ugh. Anyhow, so you know what, like, and I know a lot of people aren't fans of The Natural, but I love that movie. And
The Natural's a great film.
It is a great film, but some people, like somebody mentioned one time, I hate the ending, how he hits it up into the lights. It's an allegory. It's a fantasy, right?
What's wrong with that film? My favorite baseball movie is 8 Men Out, but
yeah,
that's my favorite film.
That's another can of worms there.
I can always watch over and over 8 Men Out. I never get tired of watching that film, but
I guess again, it's Gibson. It's the drama of it. I think.
Yes, it was the drama. I'm not saying it wasn't drama. I think there was lots of it, but I think there was more drama with Mookie Wilson coming up the bat. All right, down 5.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Red Sox should have won that World Series, and they didn't.
Yeah, they should have. Even like I said, and to this day, Dwight Evans still blames Rich Gedman for not blocking the wild pitch. He still says Gedman should have blocked it. He said that should not have gotten by him. To this day, Dwight Evans still says Gedman should have been able to block it and not let the ball get away from him, which allowed Mitchell to score at the time and make it and tie the game up. All right. To this day, Dewey Evans still blames Gedman for it. But but still, that's why we love talking about this. Because
baseball's beautiful in that way. Dude, you can't talk. I mean, look, maybe I'm speaking out of school here, but I don't hear. I've said this so many times in this channel. I don't hear football fans or basketball fans or hockey fans. Those sports don't have the same kind of moments. We interact with this game in a different way because even though we didn't see him play, we can, all of us in this community, in this chat here tonight, if I talk about, if I say Joe DiMaggio 56, you guys know what I'm talking about. If I say Ted Williams 406, you know what I'm talking about. On and on and on. And we talk about whether it's this defining moment, whether it was, Joe Carter, as you mentioned, in 93, or Maz in 1960, or, Freeman. Right? So we have those defining moments, those moments we talk about in baseball where I think in the other sports, and I got to pick on football here because you've got 22 people wearing helmets. They got to, I get it. But, so people, I'll hear like friends that are Steelers fans that are older Steelers fans, and they'll talk about the steel curtain. But there's right. But who are the guys that you remember mostly in football? Quarterbacks, running backs, quarterbacks, fullbacks, wide receivers. Help me out here, football fans, right? So as Dwayne is quoting The Natural, but baseball, right? I mean, that's I love that you said that, Robert. How we can cut those ugly uniforms. Anyhow, how we can talk about the game that way, and I love it. I love that.
I have learned more about baseball history doing the cards and dice that I've been doing since 2020 of Inside Pitch or anything I've been doing. I've learned more about baseball history than ever. Now, as I said, I've been, my Panthers won the Stanley Cup this year. So I'm a little bit still very much into hockey right now because my Panthers won their first ever Stanley Cup. I'm a homer down here, been a Panther fan for 30 years. Okay. My Mets haven't won anything since 1986. All right. Although we were 2 games away from making the World Series this year from where we were at was pretty darn good. Okay, like I said, I have no problem with the Mets not getting past the NLCS. You lost to the best team in baseball, and there's no shame in that. Okay?
No, there's no no. I don't.
No shame in that. You lost to the World Series champions. You can hang your hat on it, and at least you had a chance, and that was okay.
I don't think anybody in the postseason should feel any shame this year. This was a hell of a postseason this year.
It was a good postseason. This was one of the better postseasons we had. But I have learned more about baseball history. I have done 1961.
Hey, Tessie Ashpole.
There you go. The quarterbacks are definitely. He's right. Absolutely. I've done 1961. I just finished 1969, 1972, 1976, 1979. 1981, 1985, 1988, 2016, and in January we start 1983. Okay, I have learned more about those seasons than I ever have in my lifetime. What I do is that what I do is, like, for instance, 1983 is the next season. I went on YouTube and I learned a little about the 1983 season. You know what happened there. You know what happened with the Orioles, what happened with the Phillies, who led the league, who did this, who did that. I learned about these seasons of 1960. When I was going to do 1961, I learned about the 61 season, about Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris's chase for 61. 1969, my birth year. I learned about these. And I needed you. I've learned more about them too.
I needed you last Sunday. I was asked to do a presentation for Sabre, so I did it for our local chapter virtually, the Mathewson Plank chapter here, and I did it on baseball gaming as an adjunct to learning baseball history. And what really surprised me, and why I love that you're saying this, is because I've always maintained, as you are maintaining, what a great way to learn about baseball history. Now, I still think you need baseball reference, and I still think you need the baseball books, but you do learn so much from these. And I wish I could, because for all these people, or for a lot of these people, they were like, they loved the presentation. Like, wow, I really never thought of it that way. And I'm like, because I'm doing this to these, or giving this presentation. I mean, these are all, come on, Sabre. These are hardcore baseball fans, right? And they're going to know the minutia of everything. And I'm like, this is a way to also you can at least say, all right, here's a way, you're seeing these players in a way viscerally, a Walter Mitty way, whatever you want to say, playing the game, and history comes alive. And I'd mentioned the Fields of Dreams League that these guys are doing, and I said, when I was part of it, I said, none of us, and I said, I'm a dead ball guy. I said, I didn't know who the hell Howie Shanks was, but I learned, and he was actually a pretty good player. And here I'm doing this 1970s thing, and I know if I do anything with this, as much as the 1970s, and yes, I'm not just a dead ball guy. 1970s, I think, is one of the greatest decades baseball of all time. I'm going to learn about guys in the 1970s that maybe I didn't know about, and I love that you're saying that. I just wanted to put that in to say thank you for that.
Here I am. I mean, I'm playing the 1919 one and gone, a single elimination tournament from the 1919 season. I've already had Walter Johnson on the mound, even though we lost because the Senators didn't know how to play defense.
That's Washington. Yeah,
they had four errors in that game. All right. But I was rolling for Walter Johnson. I actually felt like I think I saw this guy and pitch, and he was such a terror on the mound. But I heard he was one of the nicest individuals you would ever want to meet off the mound. I heard
that is, but let me give you a little bit of trivia.
A total gentleman.
Nice guy, but do you know that Walter Johnson holds an interesting record among Hall of Fame pitchers? You want to take a guess at what that is?
Well,
now we already know about second most wins all time and shutouts and things like that, but there's an interesting record that he holds that the Ken Burns baseball documentary got this wrong. So I'm giving you some big. I'm throwing some fat ones here to you, buddy. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. Let's see.
He does hold the most record for the most shutouts.
But that's known. He is the Hall of Famer pitcher who holds the record for the most hit batsman. So if you remember in the Ken Burns baseball documentary how they would say that Johnson was afraid to pitch inside or afraid to hit hitters, that's not true. He wouldn't headhunt. he was afraid of headhunting, so he'd never throw at a batter's head. But he of all Hall of Fame pitchers, he has the most hit bats. He would throw inside. Isn't that interesting?
Out of Hall of Fame pitchers,
out of Hall of Fame pitchers, it's Walter Johnson.
Yeah, I'm looking at Baseball Reference now. He hit 205 batters his entire career.
Yep.
But it doesn't lead. It doesn't lead
baseball. It doesn't lead
baseball. But if you're saying and Hall of Famers, then
yes. It's Walter Johnson. And a nice guy. But yeah, he would throw inside, man. He would establish that plate. Yep.
It's funny that in 1919 his ERA was 1.49, and then when dead ball ended the next year, his ERA blew up to 3.13 in 1920, and then he didn't have another lowest ERA that he would have later after that would be when the Senators won the World Series in 1924 with a 2.72 ERA. But and then of course he was facing up against another Hall of Famer, Stan Kovaleski.
But you know that 2.72 earned run average, because now you're getting into the power era, and you got to remember Johnson's near the end of his career at that point. 1925, of course, they get swept by the Pirates,
right?
In that series, but that I still think that's seen as his testament. As to me, they should just rename the Cy Young Award to the Walter Johnson Award. To me, he is and always will be the greatest pitcher to climb the mound, man. And here's an old man pitching a 2.72, and you look at his that gutsy performance in the 1924 World Series. The guy started pitching in what, 1905, 1907? Well, yeah. So he was a rookie the same year as Ty. I think Ty Cobb was in baseball. Oh my God, were they rookies in the same year, or was Cobb a year earlier? That because they started about the same time.
Ty Cobb's rookie year was 1905.
Okay, and Johnson's was 1907.
1907, yes.
So 1924, Johnson's been pitching a while. I would say posting a 2.72 earned run average ain't so bad. So it ain't bad at all.
So, because I unfortunately not many people. I'm getting a decent amount of views when I do this one and gone, but not as many as I normally get for Inside Pitch, and I know why, because Inside Pitch is more of the favorite game, and dead ball, a lot of people are really not into this league because a lot of us were, not alive when they were playing. But all right, unless
I mean, and I know that. I mean, this channel is mostly about dead ball. That's gotten me the thing that Beatles. I mean, I remember Ron Juckett had said on something. He's a dead ball guy. It's like, no, I love all of baseball. My focus on dead ball, I like the style of it. It was risky. It was the Wild West of baseball, but also because there were great players who not only deserve to be remembered, but who have been discounted by some people in this community, as some people have said dead ball is not real baseball. And if you want to push Beatles Eternally button, say that. And I'm going to say, you're full of shit. So you're telling me Hannes Wagner, what he didn't count, and Ty Cobb, Trespeaker, Nap Lajoie, Stan Kovaleski, Eddie Seacott, the list goes on and on. Christy Mathewson, you're full of shit.
Let me ask you this. I still got some more games.
Hey, Garland, wait, can we please hold for a second? Just for a second. So, gentlemen, we started this 2 hours ago, turned into a chinwag. So, Mike, welcome in. Never knew your first name. So, guys, we're going to take a moment here. You know how we always talk about Mike Silva and his uniform mod, ballpark mod, one of the stalwarts of out of the park baseball. Another one here is Garland. Man, so what I showed earlier, for anybody, I'm sure you're catching this after the fact. The tutorial for this is like the first 20 minutes. So I've got to thank you. This is an amazing series of quick starts, guys. So if you want to play baseball, so we'll just do a quick recap and a big thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. So you want to play some focused baseball. You want to pick an era you love. Now, again, I'm not doing dead ball tonight. I just figured most people would want to see 1970s. So what Mike did, okay, so he's sort of caught up through the stream. So Mike, about my channel, I should tell you, the game's usually secondary. It's these baseball chinwags, we call them, that usually take over. There's times we've had games on here that, like, we'll stop action for like 4 innings because we're talking about, we're pissed that Keith Hernandez or Dick Allen is in the Hall of Fame, what have you. So guys, what this is, you go on, and I showed again at the beginning of the video, install these. They're great. You want to play some 1970s baseball, he has done the hard work for you. You want to go back and you want to do dead ball, right? It's there, 1901 to 1919. He's done it. Whatever. You've got it. Great. You want to take everybody and you want to throw them into a draft pool and draft them back in. There's so many possibilities. The best part, he's done all the work, and this product, that something is like this on Action PC Baseball, you have to buy. Here's somebody that took the time to create this. This is so for each decade, or in some cases there are 2 decades represented, guys. So like dead ball, right? You've got the entirety, well, not the entirety of dead ball because you're not going to the 19th century, but 1901 to 1919, it's there. It's all there. It's done for you. Yes, you can do it in out of the park baseball as he has, but he's done all the hard work for you. It's every franchise is represented in baseball, and it's the best team of that period of years. They're the best team. I've been wanting something like this for out of the park baseball. I was too lazy to create it. So a big doff of the cap to Mike for doing this. He said, thank you. I was asking about this, and Pirates 71 versus 79. Yeah. So you heard me at the beginning. I would have chosen 71 or 72, but 79, not a bad squad. But he says, regarding combining the 30s and 40s, you have the World War II season in there. Okay. So the World War II season, so especially 1943, 44, right? Because 42 is still a pretty damn good season. And by 1945, everybody's coming back. But 43 and 44 are problematic. I mean, the damn St. Louis Browns, make it to the World Series. And you had that, of course, that was Pete Gray and Eddie Gadel and all that stuff. He said for 1960s, he said he did leave out Angels, Rangers, Astros. Let me put this up so people can read it. You're all literate, because they were not going to be competitive. Fair choice. They're going to be the ginger-headed step kids. All right, like it. He said, yep, the St. Louis Browns are in there. So, of course, the 1922 Browns are, I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked at the 1920s quick start, but of course the 1922 Browns are going to be in there. What a great team they were. So, Mike, wow, thank you a million times on behalf of Out of the Park fans, because this is just a sandbox that you've created here, and it's amazing. And I love quick starts like this. So can I say, man, I hope everybody in the Out of the Park boards downloads this thing like crazy. And if you didn't buy this in Steam, guys, I'm guessing, Mike, is this available for non-Steam Out of the Park users as well? Is there somewhere they can get this? I used to buy the game both from Out of the Park directly because I wanted Marcus and everybody to get a bigger cut, but I like the convenience of Steam. But now I just buy on Steam. So I'm just curious. He said he's wanted to do this project for a while, but the problem was getting the end of season rosters. This thing is brilliant. I mean, Robert, what do you think of this project, man? I'm putting you on the spot here. The creators here, what do you think? Is this something? I know you don't do a lot of Out of the Park, but do you like the idea of the project?
Yeah, absolutely do. I mean, it's good to put together some people just like 70s baseball. Some people like 80s baseball, 90s, 2000s, dead ball. It's great when somebody else takes their time out to go ahead and do the project, and that's what's good. And although I don't play Out of the Park really much anymore, although I still purchase a copy every single year because I like Marcus and I like what he does, and I still go ahead and support him. Okay. Of course, I'm always buying Action PC only because, I mean, I don't use the only thing I use Action PC baseball is to get the rosters when I do my
I was going to say you do that for like some research and preseason prep, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah. The Action PC game is designed to get me rosters for the current day's game that's coming up. So I have the game simulate along with me. So, so when I go ahead and I would probably do the same if I don't like the way Out of the Park does it. It's easier for me to use Action, but Out of the Park, but yeah, no, it's good that you got someone here that creates this kind of program. So if someone just play 1970s baseball, just load up the rosters, logos, stadiums, and
so got to tell you, man, last night I said this earlier in the stream, and I'm going to highlight a few more things that Mike is saying. So last night I'm like getting on the Out of the Park boards because it's been a while. I've been a member for ages, but I'm still a minor leaguer. I only have like 140 some posts. But I just love getting on there. And something told me go on because I was looking for ballparks for Baseball for Windows, as I said. I saw this that Mike put up, and I'm like, yes. So I go over to the Steam Workshop, and I'm like, oh my God, because there was just there's some good mods up there, right? But that wasn't on there. I'm like, oh my God, did Steam like mess this up, right? Did they foobar it? Whatever. So I run back over to the other park developers. I'm like, and I didn't know his first name was Mike. It's like, Garland. I said, hey man, this seems great, but it's not there. So I'm waiting, and he got back to me really quickly, and he said he had to make a descriptive change or whatever it was, and so it was, Gabe Newell, you got to review every damn thing. So this afternoon, I got home. I was doing some stuff for my magic business because Sundays and Mondays are off for me. So I got home, right? It was and all that. Immediately, man, fired up the PC, jumped it, and there it was. And it was like, yeah, baby, I'm doing this. So I'm loving this thing so far. So Mike says some things here. So first thing, good news for non-Steam users. We're just going to go down the list here. He says might be able to put a download link for the FastSpring users. He says the problem is that by default, Out of the Park will load opening day rosters when selecting a custom league. He said that was a problem. So he said to solve it, he said was to modify the database. So this is hard work. And rename the EOS file to the OD file to trick Out of the Park into loading end of the season rosters. He said, it took 20 hours for Steam to verify the item in the workshop. Good God. But look at the work he's put into this, guys. It's incredible. It's incredible. Just like, we talk about the work that Mike's put into the ballparks and uniform mods. There's so many great guys in the Out of the Park community. You got Cheech who maintains, he does for both Action PC and Out of the Park. The photos. You got Garland, all the stuff he's done. P. Strickard, Mike Silva. It's Out of the Park is a great community, and these guys have made this game. To me, it's a great game. Again, we've talked about this many times. I think Out of the Park baseball is a very polarizing game. I've never met anybody that says I like it. They either can't stand it or they love it. I love it. To me, I think for digital baseball, this thing is king. It's king. And I'm saying that as a person who plays a lot of digital baseball. I love Action PC. I love Baseball for Windows. I love Pocket Pennant Run. I just wish Craig would actually get the next damn update out. But there's nothing that I can imagine that I can't do in Out of the Park baseball. And having great creators like Mike Silva, like Mike Garland, P. Strickard, all these other guys, too many to mention. Not only a big doff of the cap from me, but certainly Marcus, Matt, and company. I'm hoping that you guys are getting the recognition you deserve. I know you're not doing it for that, but you have made this. You're part of the reason why, for many, many Out of the Park players, why this is king and why it gets the great reviews that it does. Lansdowne, he says Lansdowne Street, and I did, and yeah, I have the integrated mod. I've got to show that, by the way, you guys. I never showed the integrated mod. I need to. It was actually a project we started a couple years ago and put on hold. So that's available on the Steam Workshop, and maybe we'll do a more focused thing on that night. It's a great mod. Check it out. So he said what Silva did for the game is nothing short of Herculean. Yes. With the ballparks. And again, the one that doesn't get as much love is the uniform mod as well. But yeah, these ballparks, guys, go back. And Robert, please, I'm hoping you're holding on to the thought that you had there. I wanted to give some love here. Go back. Mike he forgot they were up there. But go back and watch the process of Mike doing these ballparks. And Google SketchUp, you're just talking to somebody who's a 3D artist. Google SketchUp is a bitch to use. I mean, programs like Blender and Houdini and Real 3D are a lot easier to use than Google SketchUp. And he didn't know Google SketchUp. He's just screwing around, and look what he did. And how many games, guys, how many of you in Action PC baseball and Digital Diamond baseball are using Mike's ballparks? So it's not just here, and it is Herculean. And I couldn't imagine doing every damn ballpark that he's done. It's crazy. So Mike, thank you. a million times for all the work that you do, with making Out of the Park Baseball King. Yeah. So Robert, I'm sorry, I know I cut you off way back. Do you remember what you were talking about?
Yes, I did. Because
thank you, man. Please continue.
No problem. And thank you again, Mike, for the work you do for Autumn.
Yeah, absolutely.
My question is, so as being the dead ball era you have, and as I said, there are a few games in this fall classic tournament that I'm doing. Mm-hmm. All right, there's still a few teams I've not gotten to yet. Right. So here's the question. So Walter Johnson or Cy Young, who's your opening day starter?
Walter Johnson, 24/7, 365.
Okay. We also have, Ty Cobb or Rogers Hornsby, who's on your team.
Ooh.
Ty Cobb is on the Tigers in 1919. Rogers Hornsby is on the Tigers that year. Yes.
So, boy, that's a tough one. I'm going to go with Hornsby. A lot of people would have thought Cobb. I'm going to go with Hornsby starting.
Okay.
And because I like Hornsby for his defense, Hornsby had some power. Cobb, interestingly, set and proved it, right? And this was 1920s. His home runs are easy. I can do it. And went out and hit. What was it? Because he was playing. Was that the year because he finished with Philadelphia with the Athletics. I don't know if it was that or it was the final year with the Tigers. He went out and hit like 2 or 3 home runs in a game. But I'm going with Hornsby. So who else you got? Right. I'll give you my dead ball starting rotation if you want
right it. There, So then we go. Well, I'm going to 1919. So let's see, Tris Speaker or George Sisler.
Oh Jesus. Oh God.
Speaker, I just had him play with the.
Oh my God.
And he did not. Let's see here.
So for Gorgeous George and the Gray Eagle, that's a toss of the coin. Sisler is a great player, and I've been going off about Sisler forever and ever and ever. And in the Fields of Dreams League, finally MV realized what a great player George Sisler was. And of course, premier center fielder of his day, Tris Speaker. The guy practically played behind second base and had incredible range, great hitter. But again, George Sisler, speed, great first baseman. Flip of the coin, man. Seriously, between those two guys.
Here I'm looking at my games I've done so far. Game 1, the Cincinnati Reds knocked off the The Philadelphia.
And don't forget Ed Roush. You're talking about the Reds. Don't forget Ed Roush.
Philadelphia Athletics beat the Cincinnati Reds 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Slim in that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did the Pittsburgh Pirates against the Brooklyn Robins. They beat the Robins 6-1. Okay.
And see, the Pirates are on a downward. They're starting a downward trend now. By 1919, they're not as good as they were, right?
But there were players such as we saw Casey Stengel. We saw Ed Conici. We saw Zach Wheat for Brooklyn.
Wait. How are you seeing Stengel in 1919?
Because Casey Stengel's on the Pirates in right field. Remember, he's a player at that time, not the manager yet. And he was he actually was a solid player too.
Interesting.
Casey Stengel in right field, yes.
All right, then I must have. I'm looking up in Baseball Reference because I think I have his rookie year wrong. Then
Casey Stengel.
Oh yeah, his rookie year was 1912. Yep,
right.
Gotcha.
Rookie year was 1912.
I don't know why I was thinking 1922. My bad.
No, Casey Stengel on the Pirates, and the Pirates beat the Robins 6-1. Then we had the Cleveland Indians beat the Senators 3-0, where Walter Johnson took the loss in that one against Stan Kovaleski. All right,
Kovaleski was tough.
Washington had 4 errors, so. They had 4 errors in that game. They couldn't play good.
So I was going to ask you. So what you should be seeing in this 19th thing, you should be seeing a lot of errors. Are you?
Yes.
You should be.
The Senators had 4 errors. Cleveland had none.
Okay.
The Robins had 3 errors in their loss to Pittsburgh.
That's normal.
And
That's normal for dead ball.
Both the Athletics and Cincinnati both had an error. And the game I did yesterday. The Boston Braves against the Yankees. Both teams had the Braves beat the Yankees 3-1. Both teams had 2 errors.
So that's surprising. So the Boston Braves, right? Because they had that great 1914 season, right? July 4th, they're in last place, and they end up winning the World Series.
Right. They had
by 19, they're not that good anymore. You know,
the Braves had Rabbit Moranville on that team.
Questionable Hall of Famer, some have argued.
You know, but now the next game is tomorrow night, and that's the Phillies against the White Sox, and that of course we have Shoeless, Felch, Weaver, Gandil, Eddie Seacott on the mound for the White Sox. Is going to be George Smith for the Phillies for tomorrow night's one and gone. But the one thing about now, as I was saying,
I agree, Mike. He is, and I think that's why he should be in. He didn't have great offense, but neither did Bobby Wallace, and he's in.
The thing is, even though I'm doing a one and gone tournament, part of me actually wants to do a full dead ball season replay.
You should.
The problem is Inside Pitch does not have any of those seasons.
Why do you think I haven't bought it? You know, what do I ask you how many times? When's he doing dead ball, right? You know I'm waiting for that.
Remember, the information he wants to use that he uses for his seasons, he can't get, apparently. And because he uses the Voris McCracken's dip system, all right, he can't get the pitch by pitch information from those seasons. Okay. Right. He did tell me right now he's working on another version. He's finishing up version 4 for Inside Pitch. He already told me 2002 and 2005 should be out by Christmas, and 2003, 2006, and 2024 should be out in January. He's trying to finish off the holes that he's got, and then he'll have a complete chronology from 56 to 2024, which in only a couple of years, only a few years that I've been playing Inside Pitch, Chris has listened to me to try to get those holes filled. He was missing a lot of 90s. He was missing a few 80s. He was missing some 60s. And he went ahead and got those seasons in. I know he wants to go backward from 1956 and back. But
I hope so, because there's some great baseball, man. You know, because one of the first seasons, even though it's going to take a while, if ever, to get dead ball, what he needs for dead ball. The 1941 season, 1949. Oh my God, the 1949. He puts out 1949. I'll buy Inside Pitch because 1949 is a damn great baseball season.
He wants to go ahead and do it. He's got to think of a substitute in order to create the cards. But that's why I went to Fall Classic, because Fall Classic has seasons going back as far as 1908. They're still missing some, but he's trying. But and of course, Greg Sovan, who created Fall Classic, passed away. So now a new Bink Tremaine has now taken over the creation of the game, and that's why I'm playing Fall Classic, because I can get dead ball on it. The Fall Classic, I did not like APA that much, and Payoff Pitch does have Payoff Pitch does have 1921. But it was 1919 I'm interested in because I like the Black Sox scandal.
So interestingly enough, a lot of people have argued that of those two White Sox teams, the better one's actually the 1917 White Sox.
Yes, and they won the World Series. The 1917 White Sox won the World Series.
And everybody knows this is coming, but I would say this: if you, especially because people know that come to my channel, right? They know they're going to see mostly dead ball on here, although I do other baseball. But for your guys, for the people that come, and we don't get a lot of cross-pollination, obviously, and there's no problem with that. We focus on two different, baseball, right? And it's all cool. So, but I think if I were you with the guys that watch your channel, if you want to turn them on to dead ball, why don't you just pick the greatest dead ball season and arguably one of the greatest seasons of all time, 1908?
I know 1908 is available at Fall Classic.
You can't you look at the pennant races in the National and American League. The American League race came down to a half game. The only reason the National League is more well known is because of the Marco Boner. But the American League race was even tighter, half game. And it's a great season. In fact, there's a great book called Crazy '08 that you should read if you ever do the 1908 season. That's the usual suspect for dead ball is 1908.
The only way I could do 1908 is luckily for me, actually, Fast Score, which I use for my 10-minute ticker, He did do 1908, and he did do 1908 in fast score, which is good. I mean, I could do it that way, but I still prefer inside pitch over Fall Classic.
Gotcha.
And, although I am having fun with Fall Classic so far, but I still rather do it an inside pitch. So I would me personally, I probably will wait to see what what he wants to do.
Gotcha. Dwayne, look away. I'm doing the Giants. Dwayne hates the Giants. Anyhow, go ahead, man. So, I like to mess with Dwayne Martz when he's around, man. It's fun.
He just had a birthday. You can't even give him a break. It was his birthday yesterday, and you still can't give him a break.
David, welcome. David, the guy above you there, Mike Garland, is the one that did this fucking awesome mod here that I'm showing these quick starts. So go download it and install it. It's classic MLB teams. You'll see it in the Steam Workshop, dude. You'll love it. Anyhow, I gotta mess with him. This is the guy who disagrees. He again, you've heard he and I go about Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. So I gotta mess with him. Because he hates the New York Giants too. I'm like, what did they do to you?
What did the New York Giants do to you? I mean, come on, really?
I mean, the Boston Braves sucked back in the day, except for 1914, and the New York Giants were pretty awesome. So what do you want? But it's Dwayne. We love him.
That's weird. That's crazy.
David, it's so good to see you, buddy. But I don't know, man. I just. It's so good to be back doing this again, making that time between. Okay, so I've got to cut the sleight of hand work from 5 hours a night down to like 2.5, so that way I can start doing this again. Because I've missed this community.
Like I said, that's why I talked. That's why I said you don't love me. I haven't seen you anything. I'm doing. I told you I was going to do a dead ball tournament.
I know. I suck. Say it. Say it.
You said you would be at my game.
I know.
You not shown up for one single
time. Oh my God, I know.
You suck.
I'm a deplorable human being. And also, hey, look, I can say it now. Look, I still have PTSD from the fucking election, okay? I got fucking PTSD, dude. Because
let's not.
No, I'm just saying. Right? I mean, oh my God. I'm already thinking.
Trust me, I didn't get any sleep.
I'm like, Ireland, I'm coming back. I'm serious. I'm like, Jesus, I'm looking at FedEx. Okay, I could get a job there. England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, preferably, right? Because my Italian is just way too rusty. Anyhow, but I'd miss baseball. I'd miss baseball. But Robert, dude, seriously, oh my God. No. So okay. No, it's Thanksgiving. You're not going to play a game on Thanksgiving. I'm off Thanksgiving. You're going to play a game on Thanksgiving. You're going to be watching that other sport.
I'll be cooking and watching football. You kidding me? I'm playing a game tomorrow night.
What time?
Probably since I'm on vacation though. Yeah. I may do a game tomorrow. I am going to do my game tomorrow night, and because Thanksgiving is Thursday, I may do a game I may do Fall Classic on Wednesday as well.
What time?
I usually remember my games are always start around 7:30.
Dude, I know, and it's 7:30. I'm still at work. I don't get home till like 8:30, 9 o'clock, man.
What, your work is more important than getting on your YouTube. You gotta work on your priorities, bro.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I'm getting a new one torn here.
Your priorities, man. You got trouble.
Oh my God!
You gotta work on your priorities, man.
Sorry. I can work on my all right, I'll work on that. Holy shit! No, but I've seen that, and it's like I was like, yeah, Robert's doing dead ball. This is so cool, How so? Are people like your regulars? Or they like? I mean, are they liking it? Or are they? Because I mean, that community you've built is. Come on. Like I said, the first words I ever heard you say was stadium barfs. And I'm like, yeah, I like this channel. So, I mean, how's that going, man?
So far, I think the first game I did,
yeah,
I got a lot of people wondering what I was doing. But so far, I'm not getting the views that I was hoping I would get, and I know why. First of all, not many people know who these players are. Some do. Okay, like if you mention players like Ty Cobb or maybe Walter Johnson or Babe Ruth or Cy Young, okay, who you'll know, they'll know who these players are. But the thing is a lot of these people, I just don't think they're into the dead ball. And so far with the games I'm getting, I mean, my scores have been they've all been pitchers duels. 3-1, 3-0, 6-1, and 3-2. All right. Plus, Fall Classic is a game a lot of these people really are not a fan of, I think. Not because they don't like the game, it's just I don't think they understand its workings. Where they know that how the game is played. I think that I think a lot of people are just not into that are really just not into that period of time. I think maybe it may have something to do with it. Possibly.
Yeah.
It's. I'm thinking that's what it is. I'm thinking that's what it is because of that people just don't really understand about the dead ball era, about maybe about this period. Now, I know when I start 1983, okay,
it's gonna be
I'll be back to normal because everyone knows about the 83 season. Okay.
Right.
And I did a hockey tournament with the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins, Stratomatic hockey, which actually turned out to be pretty good. World's Worst Gamer. I did Stratomatic hockey. I did a best of 7 Florida Panthers versus Boston Bruins from last year. I'm in the middle of a 1919 one and gone for Fall Classic baseball. I'm thinking maybe I also ordered a copy of Hockey Bones. I got that coming, which I wanted to try that hockey game out. Stratomatic was excellent. I like the way it flows, but I'm thinking maybe I maybe want something a bit more detailed. I may play some Stratomatic. Stratomatic just released another set of Diamond Gems cards, which I'm thinking of getting. The 2000s era that just released. So, and that's another time period I like. Even though I don't want to play full seasons of Strat, but I wouldn't mind playing a tournament, of some of the best teams, that kind of thing. I would like to see that.
You're talking cards and dice Strat, not
cards and dice Strat.
Okay, because the PC game sucks so hard, man.
PC game, Stratomatic PC is garbage. It's still stuck in the DOS ages.
Yeah, it is.
It's in the DOS ages. Could you please update it? But the reason why they don't do that is because since they don't print all their players, all right, they don't want people using the card image from the PC game to match exactly what they put out for the cards and dice, so people don't make copies of the cards instead, all right, to play on their games when they play cards and dice. All right. That's why I think one of the reasons why they don't do that. And, I think that's why Stratomatic doesn't do that. One of the reasons why I did buy the Stratomatic hockey game, they carded everybody this time. For the first time, they actually carded everybody. You get the main set, then you get the extra players, and then you get the non-carded computer players as a PDF. And I downloaded them. So I have every player from last year's 23-24 hockey season. All right, if I wanted to play a full 23-24 Florida Panthers hockey season, I could do it. Okay, I could actually do it. They have all the players. All right, why they don't do that for baseball, I don't know. But I don't know why. I don't know why. That's one of the reasons why I stick with Inside Pitch, because Inside Pitch cards all the players. And if there's a player that Chris has missed or makes a mistake on, send him an email, send him what the problem is, and he fixes it immediately. There's no better customer service.
Yeah, he's like Dave Cook with Action PC, super responsive. And you know what? I tell you what, I got to give credit out to Out of the Park for, because they're bigger. They're they're still a small developer, but I've always gotten answers pretty quickly. When I've had dev questions, I'm not helping to I was a beta tester for this version, and it was a lot of fun. I'm not going to do it again. I just don't have time to beta test, but just a shout out. But it's great when you have developers, like Chris, like Dave Cook, like Marcus and Matt and those guys. It's better than certain companies that I've bitched and railed about who have shit for customer service, man. It's awful.
I will admit one thing about Stratomatic customer service. They actually did a pretty good job with the hockey, because I did not receive I'm supposed to receive a link for the non-carded players, which I, printed out and put on card stock and put them with the teams. All right. I didn't receive a link, and it wasn't working. I emailed them, and that same day they sent me, we apologize, here's your link, print out your cards. And I did. That's something I wasn't expecting. I thought it'd be a while before I got those, but they printed out they printed out a link, and and I was able to get all the cards for Stratomatic.
Okay, so guys, if you've been watching, as we've been talking, I've been doing these. So with a regular season, and if you have Mike's uniform mod, because it does the ballparks right, Mike, as you know, Mike Garland, right? I checked, they're the Three River Stadium, the proper Three River Stadium. But so you do have to. The one thing, guys, is if you want uniforms, you got to sit here and you have to do this, and that's not Mike Garland's fault. He says what's happening is that the year's part of the team name in this mod. There's no matching files like that. For example, the 1986 New York Mets are just the New York Mets in the files. He says what you could do is just take the years off the teams first and resave.
Yeah, you could do that.
Could do that, yeah. I'm going to go back and fix these, but I'm not going to. I'm considering that this isn't MLB The Show. As long as it looks close. Right. As long as the Cardinals aren't wearing green, I'm pretty happy. But the mod itself is just, this is, again, I've wanted something like this, and now with Mike enlightening us about how Out of the Park does rosters, then triple thank you for what you've done here, because having to not only trick Out of the Park into doing what it wasn't supposed to be doing or what have you. And doing some work in the database. This is great. Equally Herculean. And guys, this is everything from, again, broken down into time periods, but 1901 to 2019. You got your baseball, man. You got it all. He says, take the team names off and load the quick start. We'll try to grab the correct logos. I'll try that with like an era I don't play a lot with, just to screw around with it. The 1950s.
The only thing I had an issue with Out of the Park is I just felt Out of the Park was a little gamey for me.
Really?
I just felt it was a little gamey. It just didn't act right. I thought, I felt that I actually feel like it cheats, and I had a little bit of a spat with Marcus on that, because I actually felt the game kind of cheats when you play it out. When you play the game, for some reason, it just feels like it cheats. I don't know. Of course, it'd say, well, the AI doesn't cheat. I said, yeah, but it's still software. Because one of the reasons why I got off the video game versions of sports and went to cards and dice, the dice don't cheat. Okay? The game engine does not cheat. If you play the game, that's what it.
Yeah, if you play the sleight of hand artist, though, I'll cheat. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I know, you could change the dice, but if you play the game by the rules of the game engine that the developer made, and you follow the dice correctly and the rules correctly, the game can't cheat. All right. It won't cheat unless you do something like, oh, it's a fly ball, I'm going to make it a home run. Yeah, you can do that, but why would you want to? All right. That's why that when I play inside pitch and big things like a home run in the bottom of the ninth inning happens, Bobby Bonds hitting a blast, kicking my Mets out of the playoffs in 1969. All right, and that's the way the dice rolled. It makes even more amazing how that. It said the dice. You look at it and said, you know what? The dice actually rolled that way so that Bobby Bonds could hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth inning for the San Francisco Giants to win the game, for the Giants. That's the one thing. In a PC game, you cannot see the coding at work. You can't see coding at work. You can't see the computer do its calculations to decide, okay, this is a home run, this is a ground ball. This could be a home run, could be a ground ball. But the software tells me to make it a home run because the guy who's playing it is losing or whatever like that, or make it a ground ball, the guy who's winning. It just, I don't know. Okay.
So here's a question for you, my friend. For 3 hours in, but that's okay. I'm having fun because I don't start work till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're back. We get the open engine, closed engine thing. Okay. So here's I'm gonna just offer something here, and it's not a preference. I started, unlike most, I think everybody in this community, I started in digital baseball. I didn't get into cards and dice baseball until I was an undergraduate. So I was always playing digital baseball. But here's my thing, okay? So with cards and dice baseball, and this is not a knock. You guys see, I love Pocket Pennant Run. I played as an undergrad. I didn't have time as a grad student, but as an undergrad, I played tons of Status Pro, played a good deal of that, but played some Strat. But with cards and dice baseball, there's certain sacrifices you have to make. You cannot play pitch by pitch, which, again, while I will be the first to say I've tried to do some pitch by pitch games here in digital, when I play offline, I play my games pitch by pitch, but it's hell. It's like, oh my God, because I'm not a sportscaster anyhow, but baseball situational. So you can't do pitch by pitch in cards and dice. Also, until the advent of things like, what is that? You use Fast Score. And then also with companions like Digital Diamond, Baseball, and Pocket Pennant Run, season replays, if you wanted to play every season without those things, there's this guy that Ken Castro talks about, and he's, directed me to his website, and I'll have to find it again somewhere. This guy, literally, when he does a replay, he plays every game, cards and dice. I don't have time to do that. I don't. So digital affords me the ability to do season replays pretty quickly, right? Just the way you can with cards and dice using Fast Score, right? But the open close engine, here's my final thing about that, Robert, and I'd like your comment on this. A real baseball manager doesn't have an open engine. There's no dice roll. He has no idea what his pitcher's going to do, or his fielders, or his hitter. So how would you and yeah, I'm not being combative. I'm interested. How would you respond to that sort of answer to closed engine, open engine? Floor is yours, my friend.
The thing is, when you got the close, what do you mean? Okay, so you mean by open engine, a computer, or closed engine cards and dice?
So yeah. So let's say, are you talking about? All right, if I'm looking at a game, which I believe me, even though I don't like the Yankees, I didn't miss them on purpose. I just missed them. So I'm doing the Yankees right now. So if I were to fire up an exhibition game right now, and we just pick two teams, so it's going to give you that sense sort of watching a baseball game. In a way that, like, say, MLB The Show does, okay? And by the way, Legend Sports Universe makes MLB The Show do things it shouldn't be able to, and it doesn't. He did it very well. It's not a sim game like this. But what I'm saying is, if I'm playing this, I'm getting that animation. I'm getting kind of that experience of a baseball game. But let's take it to the real physical game of baseball. All right, so. just like in a digital game, like Out of the Park Baseball or Action PC, where there are no dice, where it would be what people would call a closed engine, and I'm managing a team, I don't have any more idea of what that player is going to do than a real major league or minor league manager knows when his hitter steps in the box. There's no dice rolls. There's no charts. He has the same things that I have as just a gamer. I can look at stats and say, Keith Hernandez in this situation will tend to do this, or Willie Stargell's going to do this against that guy, or I'm not going to start Richie Hebner against, what is it, lefties or righties? I forget, whichever. So, right, with cards and dice, you can see sort of those probabilities, but so how, I guess what I'm trying to say is baseball, the real game of baseball, is what many would refer to as a closed engine. And there is cheating in baseball. In fact, it's almost encouraged, right? So how would you answer the criticism that just making the argument, right? Because you could say, well, yeah, the AI cheats, and we do know from, like, let's say non-baseball games, there's a lot of game developers that have said, yeah, we had to make our AI cheat because AI isn't that far yet. I mean, there was the big thing about the Civilization games, the big thing about Gandhi, because Gandhi would just nuke the shit out of you in Civilization, right? Gandhi wouldn't do that, but he's, what I'm saying. But I'm holding for let's just say sake of discussion, real baseball is a closed engine. How would you respond to that?
Here's how I look at this. Okay, if you look at closed engine, we talked about Stratomatic's PC game, right? Okay.
Yes.
Stratomatic's PC game is in the DOS edges, yes.
Mm-hmm.
However, that being said, when you play a Stratomatic game on the PC and you roll the dice on the PC, you're seeing the actual result. Okay, you're seeing the dice being rolled. Okay, you're seeing the card where the die roll is on the pitcher or batter card.
Right.
And you're seeing, the result of the play because you're actually seeing the engine at work, which is the dice. The dice is the engine. Okay. Not talking about the computer rater that the developer uses to create the card. Okay. That's different. All right. But in an open engine, you can see the dice roll. All right. So I can tell, so the dice is, 5-12, it's a home run, 3-6, it's a ground out, 2-7, it's a ground to the second base, he's got to it's a range play to second base, can make an error, all right. I can actually see that. In cards and dice, you see the dice, you see the roll. So it's a home run, I said, that's just how the dice roll, that's what happened. I saw it with my own eyes. This is what the dice rolled. This is the result of the play, and I'm fine with it. In a closed engine, I can't see that. So that means that I don't know what's going on behind the scenes in the AI or in the software programming. So if I'm playing a game, even MLB the Show, is it's a game, all right? It's not MLB the Show is not a simulation of baseball. It is a game, all right? It is a game. It is not a simulation.
Sean's brain's hurting.
Brain's hurting. It's not a simulation. It's a game because the game is taking into account your joystick maneuver, where you're swinging the bat, where the bat hits, according to the coding, where will it make a home run? Will it make an out? Will it do this? Will it do that?
But may I ask this? And to Mike's point, and again, I'm not trying to gang up on you. I like there's no right, there's no wrong, because again, Pocket Pennant Run has reignited my love for cards and dice baseball. I love the shit out of that game, and I'm waiting for the next edition of Digital Diamond Baseball, which is going to really integrate Status Pro right into the game, and that just brings back memories of sitting at the the hub at Penn State's main campus and going to class and immediately going back after class and playing hours of Status Pro Baseball. I can't wait. But okay, so Mike says, he says, out of the park's doing dice rolls too, but the dice have 1,000 sides and using the log 5 model for probability. So we have that. Now, so in a digital baseball game, all right, physical space of a card on just if memory serves, I could probably bring it up, but I think there's 48 outcomes on any card in Pocket Pennant Run. There's a limited number of outcomes in Strat, a limited number of outcomes in APA. A digital game can have more possible outcomes just because there's no physical space to take up. There's no card. So could an argument be made in a way that you're, and again, I need to phrase this carefully because I love cards and dice baseball, and I'm not trying to say this is superior, but I am saying that there are certain necessary sacrifices that have to be made. That that cards and dice baseball to me can feel more like a snapshot because those dice don't have the ability of what a computer can do, and those outcomes. Steve Tate once said, and I wish he was here because but I believe I remember him saying that Dave Cook said that anything that can happen and has happened in baseball is programmed into Action PC Baseball. Can you say the same? Can the same be said about any cards and dice game?
No, because of course, and Mike is right here. There's only so much resolution you can have in cards and dice.
Yeah.
But here is the one thing you get with cards and dice that you don't get with digital.
The visceral, that visceral roll, of course. Mm-hmm.
And why is that important? Because you're actually part of the game. When you're going ahead and rolling the dice, you're part of the game instead of just point and click and let something else do it. When I play cards and dice, one of the reasons why I think a lot of people like the way I do my channel is because I make it visual, not just audio.
Oh yeah, you make it fun, dude. I love it.
Not just fun. Okay.
No, I know that. I know.
But right? I make it visual. So when you play cards and dice, you're moving, the cards around on the board. If you're doing it that way, you're moving the cards. You're looking at everything. You want to make sure you want to make a decision whether to send a runner or not. You are actually really part of the game when you play cards and dice. Yes, Mike is right. There is so much resolution you can have with cards and dice because the card can only fit so much information.
Okay.
A Stratomatic card has 6 columns, and we'll use advanced. Okay, 6 columns, 3 against lefties, 3 against righties. Okay, some numbers will come up more often because where they put their results is in sections where the dice are more likely to roll. So if a player strikes out a lot against a right-handed pitcher, probably the 7, which is the most common roll you can have on dice, on D6s, if you're using D6s, okay, you're gonna put strikeout probably on a 7 because he usually did that a lot, okay. Blake, and of course, whatever the batter did other than that, you're gonna put in different sections, okay. So Stratomatic has 2 to 12 in each section. All right, so 1, 2, 3, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 different results on each column, but they're not all equal because 2s and 12s only have a only a 1 out of 66 chance, whatever, I don't know, whatever it is, but the 1 in the 2 to 12 won't come up as much as a 1 in 36 chance, as much as a 7 or a 6 or an 8, or a 9 or a 5. Okay. Inside pitch uses a different matrix. Inside pitch uses 6 by 6 columns. Okay, but they are equal columns. So a section, a 1-1 has the same amount of chance of coming up as a 6-6. All right, on inside pitch. Okay, Fall Classic, which plays a little bit like a combination of APA, payoff pitch, and Strat. Okay, has a different engine that utilizes the dice. Okay, but most hits off of batters cards are mostly doubles, but hits are added from the pitcher, all right, to get the averages correct. Okay. But the thing about it is, when you're playing cards and dice, you are seeing it. You are seeing why the result is what it is. When you play out of the park or action PC baseball, you're just saying, okay, well, you're not seeing the result. You're not seeing the computer go through the AI go through the motions and said, okay, because the batter has a 97 contact rating, the pitcher has an 87 stuff rating, multiplied by the movement, by the 37 movement rating, divided by the power rating of the bat. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. Of course, the computer can do that a lot faster in our head than we can.
Well,
okay?
yeah.
You know, that's why AI is sooner or later going to take over the world and nuke us, and we'll see Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminators all over the place sooner or later. And I'll be honest with you, the AI would be right to do that these days, the way I'm feeling. It would be right to do that. But
before January 20th. But anyhow,
the right decision. It would be making right now after what you and I discussed real quick. Yes, it would be the right decision. But other than that, though, okay.
Okay, but let me ask you this, my friend. Baseball. Let me get back to this other point, though. Baseball is a situational game. Now, I do know watching you play inside pitch. I think inside pitch has a very I think it has an elegant way of handling steals and stuff like that. I like the way it does it. Okay, because base stealing, hit and run and hit, all those things, but they're situational. Now, in cards and dice, you largely cannot do. So you're going to send a runner on certain counts, and on certain counts you're not. And if right now with this game or action PC, if I want to choose, I'm not, again, I've done it a few times in the channel, but it's exhausting, and I don't have a baseball broadcaster voice. But when I'm playing offline and I'm managing a team, I'm playing pitch by pitch, because I'm not, if there's certain counts, I'm not going to send a runner. When I'm playing, if you're playing at bat mode, right? So it's the computer is going to do its thing, or the dice roll is going to do its thing. But I think that a large part of the baseball experience is lost because of pitchers counts, hitters counts. You're getting that at bat count. So on a 3-0 pitch in a certain situation, you know the pitcher's going to try to groove one in there, but you might send that runner. On a 1-2 pitch, right? The other thing, you're not going to, if you've got, let's use Lou Gehrig. You got Lou Gehrig at bat, and let's say you've created a fantasy team, but you've got a real speedster on your first. So now you got that question: do I want to steal in this count, and am I taking the bat out of Lou Gehrig's hands? In other words, a real Major League Baseball manager is going to make that same decision. Do I want to send this guy, but I'm taking the bat out of my slugger's hands because now he may have to swing more defensively? So that's what cards and dice. Could you imagine a pitch by pitch cards and dice game? How long that would take to play?
There actually is one.
Which one? I've never heard of one. So educate me, my friend.
There is one that does have that, and I believe, I want to look at it, but I believe there is one. I believe it is called 4th Street Baseball, I believe.
Oh, Robbie Wartburg, may he rest in peace, tried to push that game onto me.
4th Street, I believe. Yeah, 4th Street Baseball does use pitch by pitch. It does have that ability. You also can play with setting fielders up in the ballpark. Okay, with pawns and all that stuff. It does use pitch counts. It does use 4th Street Baseball. He's got a pretty decent amount of seasons too, mostly 1960, nothing old though, 1960 and higher. He's missing a lot of he has no 90s seasons and only a few 80s.
Right.
But no, 4th Street Baseball does that. So if you're looking for something like that, that would be something you would look into. But it is very detailed, and I think ID Jester did a review or tried to play the game, and I think he said it was really I think he believed it was kind of unplayable because of everything you're checking. You want to go deep into that, you can, but and it is available though in PC though. It's available not just in cards and dice. Yeah, World's Worst Game is correct. You can play 4th Street on stream. Okay, you can, because it's available. There's a software version of it.
I've seen it. I just, and I'm not usually a graphics whore, but I don't like the look of that game at all. I don't like the little lines, and it looks like something you would see on the Starship Enterprise NX version. It looks weird.
It's designed to be. It's kind of like a version of Shirko.
It is, yes, exactly. It looks like Shirko baseball.
Shirko baseball is the same thing where you can put a fielder in a certain location. If the ball is hit to there, he has a chance to get it. That kind of thing. Which that's how Shirko baseball. It's based on that system. Okay, if you're looking for a baseball game that does go by pitch counts, okay, for cards and dice, then that's the game to look. That's the game to look at if you want to give it a shot. Like I said, he has it. I don't know how long, Mike, it takes to play an entire 9-inning game. I've not played it. I did download the demo. I did download the demo, and I had no idea what I was doing.
Neither did I, man. Because Robbie's like, "No, Beatles, you got to try this game," and I'm like,
"It's thick." It's a
well, I tried the digital version, and I'm like, Robbie, I don't know what the hell's going on here. And again, going into it, and now again, so I mean, I'm talking about not being a graphics whore. I'm not, because oh geez, I booted up the wrong game. Hold your ears for a second. This is not the one I wanted to bring up. Right. Oh my God, I wish Richard would fix this. Anyhow, here. So this is one of my favorite baseball games of all time. Yeah, and there's nothing pretty about this game, but boy, is it accurate as shit. It is a great game. I mean, right? So a scheduled game, right? But there's just something like that this game, like, so I can look at this game, all right, and I have no trouble with this game looking like this. But when I looked at 4th Street, when I looked at 4th Street baseball, I'm like, I can't. And maybe that's what held me back, was because there's all these lines and da 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 da. And I suppose if I was old enough, I know about Shirko baseball just because I like to research baseball since I've never played it. But I don't think I would play it just because of the way it looks. I don't care if it is that, that
you want to play a pitch by pitch. Okay.
Right. And thank you for that, because I didn't know that I wasn't even aware, because I didn't know what the hell I was doing in that game. But that being said, I don't know that I would want to play a cards and dice game pitch by pitch.
I wouldn't want to do it. That's Jesus. I don't want to do pitch by pitch. First of all, I don't want my games that last 3 hours. Okay. I mean, if my typical inside pitch game lasts about an hour, it would last even quicker if I wasn't announcing it. If I just play offline, I can get an inside pitch game done in less than 30 to 40 minutes, depending.
Oh yeah, Dwayne can knock out he's told me offline he can knock out an Apple Master game in no time.
Yep, Apple Basic even probably quicker. Fall Classic is for, especially this 1919 Dead Balls tournament I got. Okay. Fall Classic, the game runs pretty fast.
Oh, dude, I can't afford that game. I'd love to try it, but oof.
You should give it a try.
I know, but Jesus, I'm a completionist, because if I buy the game and like it, then I want to buy every damn season. And I look at the season prices.
Holy shit. Look, what you should do, really. That's what I did with Inside Pitch. I started with Payoff Pitch, and I did the 1994 restart, starting from August 12th and finishing off that season with Payoff Pitch. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then I did a selection show. The next season that came up was 1985. Now, 1985 was available in Payoff Pitch, but it was also available in Inside Pitch.
Well, you're going to take Inside Pitch. That's your jam, dude.
Right. Now, but I didn't start with Inside Pitch, though. I was watching David Baseball Demos play Inside Pitch, and I was watching him. I'm saying, this game seems to be a little bit as something that I think Payoff Pitch was missing, and it was the excitement. So when I started playing Inside Pitch, I started with the 1956 season, moved my way up. And when I started practicing with Inside Pitch, because a lot of people have issues with the base running, but there's ways to help you out with that. Okay. But with inside pitch, there was something I was getting that payoff pitch wasn't giving me. A lot more excitement and really a better pitcher-batter confrontation. The one thing about inside pitch, you have one of the best pitcher-batter confrontations, okay, when you play.
All right. I mean, I've seen that watching you and watching David play it. It's great at what it does.
Payoff pitch and inside pitch both start with the pitcher card, okay? Or payoff pitch, you got to find out if it's a wheelhouse in play or something, or patient or tough. Inside pitch, you start with the pitcher card. If the pitcher has full control, you don't have to worry about going to the batter card. You won't need it, okay? If not, you go to the batter card. But APA, first of all, APA, you don't need a pitcher card to play APA. You really don't. Everything is off the batter card. You don't need a pitcher card. The only thing the pitcher card will give you is the grade of the pitcher and what his modifiers may be if you play the basic version. That's why I tell people if you're going to play APA, you need to play Master. It's more, to me, it's a lot more realistic, but it's very clunky. What I liked about Stratomatic is Stratomatic has a lot of things out there on the cards for you, but that 50-50 can be a little bit deceptive, where sometimes if I got Sandy Koufax on the mound and I roll 10 batters and they're all off the batter card and they're all hitting base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit. I mean, really, Koufax is not getting a chance here to control the at-bat. Everything is off the batter card. Okay? I mean, rare that you would roll 10 straight results off a batter card, but still, it can happen.
Right.
Okay, if your die is a 4, 5, or 6, or 1, 2, or 3, and like that. Okay, I wasn't too crazy about the 50-50. All right, there's another game that uses 50, and for 50-50. Pursue the Pennant utilizes a 50-50 format. Not to forget Pursue the Pennant, which a lot of people forget about, that exists out there, which is a good game. But all those charts, though, inside pitch, I found to just have that excitement. You roll on the pitcher card to see if it's a strikeout or a walk or a bomb. If it's not, or a base hit, maybe, then you roll on the batter card to see what the batter does. It starts with the pitcher card. Now so far Fall Classic. What I do like about Fall Classic, it's very smooth. I gave it a try once before, and then I put it to the side. I said, that's not for me. I don't like it. But then I started seeing Tony Porter, Cards and Dice, play it a little bit more. And then I saw, what was it? Other guy, I think David Baseball Demos, tried to play it a little bit. And I said, I need to give this game another try. So I ordered another couple more seasons, also updated rules, because a couple of rules were changed, not many, but I ordered that, and I tried it out. And now I'm beginning to realize Fall Classic is a lot more fun, especially if you use the fast action cards.
Yeah, Ken Castro speaks very highly of Fall Classic.
It is. I thought, I will admit, so far, I'm having a lot of fun with this 1919 tournament. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to admit that I was wrong about the game. I think it needed more play. I need to give it more time. And right now I'm enjoying the tournament for Dead Ball. I'm telling you, they have 1908. They have 1908 if you want to play it. And
I know it's tempting, man, because Ken every once in a while say,
you gotta
come on, man, you gotta try Fall Classic. I'm like,
order a copy of the rules. Get a copy of the 1908 season. Order one fast action card deck. There are 4 of them. Okay. You can use any one you want. It won't matter. Okay. But you don't need to order all 4. You just need to order one fast action card deck, which you can use in place of the dice, or if you want to use the cards complete. You don't even need to use dice if you use the fast action cards, because it has dice rolls on the cards for you if you want to use them. Okay. But the fast action cards will tell you everything, will tell you how the play goes. Okay, there is some chart lookup, but it's minimal. All right, and to me, I'm really trying to tell you, you really, I think you really need to go and get a copy of it and just order. And you said 1908 is one of your favorite seasons.
It's one of the greatest baseball seasons of all time, buddy.
You will get every player. It's not Stratomatic. You'll get every player. Okay. Some that may not be carded will be in a PDF, because you get printed cards, and they're very nice. The cards are strong, nice card stock. They're like stronger card stock. Inside pitch uses 110-pound stock.
Mm-hmm.
Fall Classic, I think, uses 120, 130 glossy stock. Very smooth. They feel very good in the hands. Okay. And I'm trying to tell you, you need to give it if just order one season, just order 1908. Okay. It's only 45. The 1908 season, I think, is like $45. Order the rules, because you got to get those. You'll need them. Okay. Order the rules and one fast action card deck. There's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Choose any one you want. It won't matter. Choose number 1. Okay. Really give it a shot. I think you will really like it. It's very smooth, and you haven't watched any of my games yet, and they're all available.
Oh my God, rub it in, dude.
I'm gonna rub it in. All right. I told you. I said I'm gonna do a dead ball tournament, and you said, Robert, I'm there. And
dude, I know. I didn't know. I was like, bam, and there it is.
And meanwhile, I'm looking in the chat and saying, Beatles eternally. Hello, where are you? I'm doing dead ball here. This is dead ball. It's 1919. It's still dead ball. But no, I don't see you. Okay, fine. Be that way. So,
I wanted to address something that Mike brought up in chat, and I've talked about here before about Out of the Park, which I think is super, super cool. And he's right. I'd like to see Out of the Park expand this. Out of the Park, a lot of people say, "Oh, the game's not, the accuracy." Well, let's take human intervention out of it and stuff like that. Out of the Park baseball has a function where you can actually track what you're doing. You'll be able to see the end of the season, your replay versus this. And this game, and again, I don't think it really has anything to do with the fact that this is the only baseball sim. So there are 2 baseball products out there that have the official endorsement of Major League Baseball. This and MLB The Show. That's it. This actually, so when I first learned about this function, I'm like, all right, I'm going to test it out. And what I did was I did a 1917 replay, set everything, because I love all baseball, but dead ball's kind of my wheelhouse. All right. Set everything up, researched everything, did set the managers the way they should be, based upon, what I knew. And of course, reading Saber stuff, all this stuff. And it was eerie. It was eerie how close it was. This thing is, and I think people are like, well, it's got these graphics, therefore it's not, it's good, but you've got to know, right? So I hear a lot of comparisons with this in Action PC Baseball. Action PC Baseball is a season replay game. This, I think, one of the great strengths of Out of the Park Baseball, now they've added in the strict mode, is I think this is really good for career play. I really do. So again, it's that polarizing game where, again, Diamond Mind used to be the king. I do know, that Elias Sports Bureau, they even still around. I don't know, but they used to, they used to use Diamond Mine Baseball. ESPN used to use Diamond Mine Baseball. A lot of these places are using Out of the Park now. And Sean, I know that Sean is going to jump in and say, well, because he has, and I'm not trying to sell him short, whatever. He's had issues playing his 1961 Yankees in Out of the Park Baseball. He's tried different modifiers, and they seem to suck. I don't know why that is. It's not something I've run into. That bearing in mind, 1961 is not really a season I'm especially drawn to. But I don't know, man. I just No, I know you did, Sean. I know it. Come on, man. It took me an hour and a half, but I got to it. It's just we get into these things. I mean, there's no right or wrong at the end of the day. And as our Red Sox fan famously says all the time, and Dave Gardner says, play what you love. And so like for me, Robert, I'm not attracted to PC replay baseball. I'm not. I've watched other people play it.
Either. PC replay either. I don't like the system.
No, I don't either. I'm not. But you know what? I love watching other people play it. Bernie Strom plays it. It's fun to watch him play. It's fun to watch Al play it.
History Maker Baseball is another one of those. Although
no, I'm not.
I actually may pick up a copy of History Maker Baseball because I don't want to play seasons, but they do have a set of all-time greats that Keith just said they're creating another set of all-time greats, an updated set, including more players now.
Mm-hmm.
So, because the last set they did was 2017. Well, now we're in 2024. Now they're adding some players. So I may pull the trigger on History Maker and maybe do a tournament with that as well, an all-time greats tournament, maybe.
But let me ask you this, my friend, because I respect your opinion, Robert. As I mean everybody. But I mean,
I love watching the people play it.
So here's the thing. So here's what turns me off about History Maker Baseball, and I say this in advance, Keith. I'm not saying your game sucks. I'm not saying that. Not that Keith ever comes to this channel, but my thing is there's so many. Like, if I'm playing a baseball game, so cards and dice, right? So just to illustrate a little point here, and again, this is an up and comer, and damn it, Craig just released this damn update for God's sake. So this little dude right here, this little guy that you guys know, I love this game, and I predict this is going to be a major player at some point. It really is. So let's just pick a random date from history, except 1989 because it blows. Let's do 1990 here really, really quickly. I'm not going to do a whole game or anything, but because Dwayne might still be here, we're going to do the Reds and the Giants because he hates the Giants, but he'll be happy to know that on June 25th, 1990, the Giants lost 5-2 against Cincinnati. Okay, so I just want to do an illustration. I don't have History Maker Baseball, but you guys play it, so History Maker Baseball. Mike here saying here, and he's right. There's so many moving parts in out of the park baseball, and I'm still learning, and I've been playing this since 1999. All right, so I go in here to the game, all right, which again Craig says is going to look really, really different. I don't care. Plays a fun game of baseball. So here we go, Robert. Open engine. Here it is. I'll be able to see every result here, what's going on, and in fact, in this game, I will also be able to see who actually went in the game as pinch hitters. There they are. All of these guys pinch hit for San Francisco. Let me see, who did Cincinnati use as relievers? Randy Myers just was in for as relief. Okay, but anyhow, here's why I'm not a big fan of History Maker Baseball. So I roll the dice, and I see I've got a defensive check at short. I click on here, go down to 7. I see it's a ground ball to short. I select the play, right? It's a ground ball, shortstop to first, already default, done. Batter up. In History Maker Baseball, is he a semi-flash? Is he this? Is he that? Decide or Die says this. There's too many checks. So I can go through 3 batters in this game, and you're still on 1 batter in History Maker Baseball. That's what it feels like to me. Hey, Chris.
Here's the thing, as I said about History Maker, I don't have the game. Okay, I like watching other people play it. I don't have the game. But the thing is that the way his games are done from the opening day point of view, not the closing day point of view.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so that's how he does this. Me personally, according to David at Baseball Demos, who did do a full History Maker Baseball season replay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think for the Braves or something. I'm not 100% sure. He said the stats were pretty close for the replay compared to the game. It's a different take on.
Maybe is it because I feel it's too abstracted? Is that it? Because if I'm looking at this, let's bring up not one of Willie's great years, obviously, but I can look at Willie Mays and I can look at just these basic stats, without even going on all the sabermetrics and all of this because this makes sense to me, right? But when I'm looking at, and again, I think it's brilliant what Keith's done, thinking outside the box. But when I look at a History Maker card, as opposed to even, and I closed it, if I look at a Pocket Pennant Run card, Pocket Pennant Run makes more sense to me. Status Pro makes more sense. APA makes more sense. Strat makes more sense because it's not abstracted. I don't understand when we were talking about what's hidden. I don't understand. And I know there's a way you can quote unquote make your own players in History Maker. I've heard it's rather convoluted and not complete.
Not really. It's not as hard as you think it is. I actually did do it.
You did do it. So you have a better understanding of what semi this or this is a flash or this guy's a sad sack. So but looking here, I'm just looking at Willie Mays 1962 and it's like, damn, 49 home runs, 140 runs batted in. I don't need to know whether he's a sad sack or a superstar or whatever. It's there.
As I said, I've been always wanting to pull the trigger on History Maker.
Right.
But the main reason why I have not is because it is a chart-driven game.
Mm-hmm.
So can you play APA without the chart book? Unless you know them all by heart, no, you can't.
Right.
Can you play?
I agree. And you can't play Status Pro without them either. You need Status Pro. Yeah.
Can you play Inside Pitch without the charts? You could, but the thing about it is Inside Pitch only has one double-sided chart.
Well, you could. Okay? You could. You could. Yeah. You and David could do it. I couldn't.
Could you play Stratomatic without the charts? Yeah, you could. Because especially basic strat, okay? Because basic strat, the information's right on the card for you. Can you play Fall Classic without the charts? Yes, you can. If you have the fast action cards, they'll take care of everything. You won't need the charts at all. Just the dice and the cards. As a matter of fact, you may not even need the dice. Okay?
True.
You just use the cards to roll because the cards have dice rolls at the top of them. All right. That's what I'm trying to tell. And I put the links in the chat. You need to take a look at I really think you really need to take a look at it. I mean, like I said, I know you're not into the cards and dice, but if 1908 is one of your favorite seasons and it's available, and not many cards and dice engines have 1908. Okay.
No, they don't.
Fall Classic has it. APA has it. APA has 1908. Okay. But Stratomatic doesn't. At least I don't think it does. I've not seen 1908 on their board. Okay. They don't have it. Inside Pitch doesn't have it. Payoff Pitch doesn't have it. There are a lot of engines.
Chris, I'll get to you in a second what this is. Go ahead, Robert.
A lot of they don't have it. That's why that's why I wanted to give Fall Classic another shot because it is dead ball. And because of you is another reason why I'm going to play a little dead ball in this system.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. Chris Slovic, welcome in. So Chris, you see the guy there named Mike. He goes by Garland, Garlon on the Out of the Park forums. He's along with as I mentioned before, Mike Silva, P. Strickert, a lot of these guys who have done amazing things. So what this is, Chris, and you really need to subscribe to this. And Mike, by the way, if you ever want to listen to somebody who sounds like a real broadcaster doing Out of the Park baseball, Chris Slovic. He sounds like this weird sort of combination of Vince Scully and I don't know, man. You just got to listen to it, but it feels like a real ball game. And Robert, he's the guy to listen to. Cards and Dice because the stadium barfs and other things, but he makes it fun and good.
I'll tell you what, it's 1 o'clock and I am going
all right, buddy.
I had a great time talking with you there, Beetle.
You're always welcome, man.
Okay, and everybody in the chat, if I don't talk to you guys again, happy Turkey Day. World's Worst Gamers, I said, check out my channel. I did a few 1919 Fall Classic. I'm still learning it, but I think I got it down pretty much. If I'm still making errors, yes, but I'm enjoying it a lot. So give it a shot there. And Beatles, really, I would really order a copy of Fall Classic Baseball, get a copy of the 1908 season, one set of fast action cards, and go from there. Please trust me. I think you will find out how easy that
means I got to set up a webcam and do the hands thing like you guys do.
Exactly, and I would love
and I'll do it on Super Bowl Sunday.
There, right. I'm there.
Well, everybody knows I do baseball marathons and Super Bowl, so.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, thanks for coming in, man.
Soon.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
Shalom.
Shalom. Bye-bye.
All right. So, Chris, what this is brilliant. It's brilliant. So, Mike has created. Well, I'll do what I can, Sean. I gotta get it. I have a pretty good webcam here, so maybe I could. I don't put my face on here because you guys know what I look like there. I'm the long-haired guy sitting at keyboards. You can see my guitar player, whatever. So, Chris, what this is Mike Garland created a series of quick starts broken down into decades, or in some cases 2 decades. So these are quick starts. And you know how to get this stuff on Workshop. So you got Major League Baseball. So you got 1901 to 1919, then 20 to 29, 30 to 49, 50 to 69, 70 to 79, 80 to 89, all the way up. You got everything up to 2019. So it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It was put up on the Workshop yesterday. Then he had to make some sort of change to it. It was taken down back up today. It's new. It's awesome. I just set up. It's not. I mean, as far as the uniforms and stuff, I didn't go into manager strategies, but I set up just a very basic 70 to 79. That's what I've been doing kind of all night as we've been talking. Chris, I think you'd like it, especially with the kind of the tournaments that you do. And yeah, Mike, you got to check out Chris's channel. It's amazing. The stuff that he does, he makes out of the park baseball do tournaments way exceeding the 70 team limit. And I have to get Chris to give me a tutorial again on that sometime. But you'll hear, in my estimation, one of the, if not the best broadcasting voices as far as calling a baseball game. It feels like you're there. It feels like you're listening to a real professional, a real Major League Baseball broadcaster. Chris has the delivery. He's got the cadence. He's got the timbre in his voice. He makes it fun, and it just sounds like the real thing. Another guy that's really good is Legend Sports Universe, who used to be really into the out of the park community, but now doing all kinds of really cool alchemy with MLB The Show. So, Chris, you have a hammer in here. You still here, Chris? So Chris is way over there in Islamabad. I don't know if you're back in America yet for the holidays. Chris, please put a link into your channel so that Mike can subscribe, if you'd be so kind. Mike, you'll enjoy you'll enjoy Chris Slovik's stuff, and he's a Western PA bro, because a lot of my time in America was spent in the western part of Pennsylvania. I was a magic demonstrator, a magician in Pittsburgh for a number of years, and so Chris and I have yet to meet up. It never seems to work out, but we'll get there. But Mike or Chris, if you're still here, please put a link to your channel for everybody here. Let's do a little quick. We're just gonna do a quick couple innings here, just to see how this all feels and everything like that. All right, does it sound good? All right, so just going to do an exhibition. There's still some fine tuning I want to do with this, but let's just play. But we're going to do an exhibition game. I don't want to start a regular season here, not yet. I just want to mess around with it. All right, I'm going to let the chat pick the 2 teams, and I don't see that Chris is around. He might already be teaching right now, so I am going to be a nice guy and give you the link to Christopher Slovik's channel. I'll put that in chat for you guys. All right. And by the way, Mystery Science Theater 3000 is doing its Forever-a-thon countdown to Turkey Day. So if you're an MST3K fan, check it out, guys. Good stuff. All right, let me get Chris's channel here, and guys, give him some support because with the I believe it's a 14-hour time, something like that, 9-hour time, some crazy time difference. So Chris doesn't get he doesn't have enough subscribers. A lot of people don't get to see this great channel, and I really you guys will enjoy it. It's hard to catch a lot of his live stuff, but anyhow, oh my God, Aaron Reed loves Mystery Science Theater 3000. You got it. All right, there is the link to Chris Slovik's YouTube channel. Subscribe. It's awesome. It is awesome. Sean says, and Aaron is still here. Awesome. Sean says he's playing his 1960s League in Action PC. He was late handing in your results for 2 games. You're playing as San Francisco. So that means that Dwayne will hate you forever. He hates the Giants. So I should pick a Giants. I'm going to make this a Giants game. I don't even think Dwayne's still here. But we love Dwayne. Just got to mess with him. All right. So why don't we do, since Aaron is here and Dwayne is here, let's have the Cincinnati Reds play the Cincinnati Reds of 1975 against the 1971 San Francisco Giants. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And if there's some frame skipping and dropping, I apologize, guys. I have to do some optimization here, but I'm looking at the beginning of the year buying a new PC. This thing's a good PC. It's got a GTX 1660 Ti in it and stuff, but I need some more power now, man. I need some more power. So can't do the Reds of 1995, Aaron, because I didn't set up the 1990s, and I don't have another 3 hours to do it. All right, so we're going to just do a couple innings here. I'll call it like usual. Going to let the computer do each team. Again, I haven't set up any managers. This is all just kind of out of the box. I apologize for missing pictures. I got to get on Cheech's thread and get these all filled out. All right, so 75 is good, Aaron says. Let's get to the ballpark. Hopefully the screen share is still on for sharing sound. For those of you new here, I'm not a baseball broadcaster. I'm not Christopher Slovik. So there we go. All right, here we are. And welcome to the stick. So Beatles fans, this was the last concert they did, except for that surprise concert in the roof of Apple. This was it. This was August of 1966, and they said, we're chucking it in, we're done. And they didn't fancy doing this anymore. Live shows, and then that's when they really changed the world. Anyhow, here we are, looking at the starting defense for the 1971 San Francisco Giants. In left field, we have Ken Henderson. In center, the Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays. In right field, Bobby Bonds. Around the horn from first to third, Willie McCovey. At first, Tito Fuentes. At second, Chris Spire holding down shortstop. Jim Ray Hart at the hot corner. Catching for the Giants be Dick Dietz, and taking the mound with Vaseline, Vagisil, Emery boards, and just about anything else you can imagine, Gaylord Perry. Starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds looking like this. Leading off at shortstop, Dave Concepcion. Batting second in left field, none other than Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose. Batting third at second base, Little Joe Morgan. Batting the cleanup spot in right field tonight will be George Foster. Batting sixth behind the dish, Johnny Bench. Batting sixth in center field, Cesar Geronimo. Batting seventh, first baseman Tony Perez. Batting eighth at third base, Dick Cheney. And batting ninth and pitching Don Gullett. So Concepcion steps in. Let's have a look at the weather here at Candlestick Park. Should be windy as we expected. And indeed it is. Sky is clear. 70 degrees temperature here on April 7th, 1975. The wind going out to left at 12 miles per hour. Settle in for an inning or two of baseball. Perry looking in and finishing his warm-up pitches, and we're going to have a little panorama around Candlestick Park. Again, we thank Mike Silva for this absolutely brilliant effort. All right, here we go. The pitch. And Concepcion, first pitch swings on this one, and this one Just a little bouncer over to third, and up with that is Jim Ray Hart, and he goes across the diamond with a 5-3 put out. 1 up, 1 down. Here is Pete Rose now stepping in on the left-hand side. Baseball's all-time hit leader. Dietz has the sign. Perry shakes him off, has one he likes. Count full on Charlie Hustle. Here's the pitch. And big swing and a miss, and a nice slider coming in there from Gaylord Perry, and some sort of foreign substance there in the box. Here's little Joe now. Got to get his picture. Count full again. So going deep in the count is Gaylord Perry. And this one, long fly ball, center field, ranging back on his horse and pulling it down is Willie Mays. So the Reds go in order. We go to the bottom of the first in San Francisco. And it's Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, nothing. And the San Francisco Giants coming to back. Starting defense here for the Cincinnati Reds. In left field is Pete Rose. In center, Cesar Geronimo. In right field is George Foster. Going around the horn from first to third to be Tony Perez. Joe Morgan, Dave Concepcion. Darrell Cheney, I called him Dick Cheney earlier. That's because of my PTSD from the election. Behind the plate is Johnny Bench. And on the mound is Don Gollett. The lineup for the 1971 Giants. No DH in this league, damn it. Leading off, Bobby Bonds batting second at third base. Jim Ray Hart batting third and center field. Willie Mays batting cleanup first base. Willie Stretch McCovey catching and batting fifth. Dick Dietz. Ken Henderson will be out in the left field pasture and left field batting sixth. Batting seventh, Chris Spire at short. Tito Fuentes at second base batting eighth. And Gaylord Perry pitching and batting ninth. Don Gollett ready to face Bobby Bonds. Here we go. The wind and the count even at 2-2. Bonds cuts and misses. Slider in there. Strike 3. So Don Gollett rings him up. Jim Ray Hart now strides to the plate, batting from the right-hand side. Count. No balls, 1 strike on Jim Ray Hart. He cuts on this one. Popped on the infield, twisting foul toward the first base side. And gloving it, easy play, is Tony Perez. So 2 up, 2 down, and it brings up the Say Hey Kid, greatest center fielder to ever play the game of baseball. The 0-1 pitch coming into Willie Mays, and line drive, base hit into right field. Gets down there. Mays thinks about second, but he's going to hold first. So 2 away, and here comes Stretch now. McCovey, decent contact, excellent power. Mays still got some speed here. Mays, good lead off first. The 0-2 pitch. Runner does not go. Knee buckler in there. Fastball. McCovey caught looking. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on. Quiet first inning. We go to the top of the second. We are scoreless here in San Francisco. MV joining us here. As Sean says that the Reds are wearing MAGA hats. Yep. I didn't fix the hats yet on the earlier teams, but damn it, I will. Anyhow, so, okay. So Mike, Chris, I did put the link to your channel for Mike. All right. It's going to be George Foster, Johnny Bench, and Cesar Geronimo. I know people are used to calling him Geronimo, but damn it, it is Spanish after all. All right, Dietz has the sign. Gaylord Perry rocks and deals. The count, 1 ball, 1 strike on George Foster. Foster swings, sinking liner to center. Oh, and stretching out and making a great play is the greatest center fielder of all time, Willie Mays. And that one deserves a Super Stats replay bit of love. So Mays coming in, charging hard in that ball, full extension. Holds up the glove, little snow cone there, makes the catch. 1 away now for Johnny Bench. Count even, 2-2 on Bench. And Bench cuts on this one, little blooper into left. That's going to get down for a base hit. So the Reds picking up their first hit of the game. Each team tied at 1, brings up Cesar Geronimo. Bench not known for getting a good jump off first. Perry checking the runner. McCovey cheating him in close. The 1-1 pitch now. Geronimo cuts. This could be a double play ball. 4-6, and that's going to be an error on the play. So it looks like Fuentes makes the nice pickup, but they will score that in error. So E4 on Tito Fuentes in this exhibition game brings up Tony Perez now. 2-2. Perez cuts and misses on a slider. Second K today for Gaylord Perry. So 2 down, and here's lefty Darrell Cheney. Cheney batting in the number 8 slot. Don Gullett waits on deck. Johnny Bench on second, trailing him Geronimo at first. The count even at 2-2. Cheney swings through this one, and this one a nice sinker coming in from Mr. Perry. So the Reds leave 2, and we go to the bottom of the second inning here at Candlestick Park. The 1975 Reds, nothing, and the 1971 Giants equally at Goose Eggs. We're going to see the number 5, 6, 7 hitters due up for the Giants, Dietz, Henderson, and Spire. Bench sets the target. Gullett ready to deal now with 2 strikeouts in innings of work. The count 0-2 on Dietz. Oh, and this one paints the black on the outside corner. So Don Gullett dropping the hammer to pick up his third K of the game. And here comes Ken Henderson now. Count full on Henderson. And this one just off the plate. Gullett wanted that call, but the man in blue says, a little bit too far off, son. Here comes Chris Spire now. Henderson, pretty good speed there at first. So we're going to keep an eye on him and see whether he gets sent. Count 3-0. Runner does not go. And this one out of the strike zone. So taken for ball 4, Chris Spire draws the walk. The Giants trying to get something going here in the bottom of the second with Tito Fuentes now digging in. Looking at, let's have a quick look here at Fuentes' tendencies here. So there we go. Another little thing you can do in action PC or in out of the park baseball. I'm glad you can turn that off, though. It's like a bad acid trip. All right, Gullett deals. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fuentes swings, and this one roped into left. Will it be deep enough? Coming around to score. RBI single by Fuentes. Henderson is safe. So the Giants draw first blood here in the bottom of the second. Still 1 down. Spire at second. Fuentes at first for Gaylord Perry. Corners in. Fuentes in at first. Or I'm sorry, Perez and Cheney playing in. It's been a while since I've done one of these guys. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. So Perry not bunting in this situation. 2 down. That one a little forkball action. Hang up key number 4 for Don Gullett. We're back at the top of the order now. Bobby Bonds. So struck out his last time up. Count full. Bonds swings. Floater out into left. Ranging to his left. Pulling it down. Makes the catch. Is Charlie Hustle to end the inning. But 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on. We go to the top of the third, and I think we'll end it here. So the Giants with a 1-0 score. We'll go ahead and let this just auto play out. Because it's getting late, isn't it? And we've been here for 4 hours. That was not my intent. All right. So as you guys know, in exhibition games, no recaps. So the Cincinnati Reds take this one from the Giants. 4 runs and 11 hits, no errors. The San Francisco Giants, 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. So it looks like it was a good ball game that we probably should have kept going. The Giants at one time leading this game 3-1. Cincinnati picked up 1 run in the 4th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. So damn fine ball game. Your player of the game was Dave Concepcion. Let's see. Did anybody go yard in this baby? Does not look like it. Let me see. Yep, up here. I'm sorry. We had triples in this game. My favorite hit. So Joe Morgan in the 5th on 2 outs picked up a triple. Jim Ray Hart in the 3rd inning off Don Gullett. Home runs in this game. Dave Concepcion went yard in the 8th inning. Nothing for San Francisco. Let me see. Tito Fuentes with the only error. Giants turning 2 double plays. We had some stolen base action here. So Cincinnati bringing the spikes today and the Jets. Dave Concepcion, Pete Rose, George Foster, and Tony Perez all with steals today. No caught stealing on either side. The Cincinnati Reds win the game. They stranded 11, and San Francisco, in a losing cause, stranded 8. There we go. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Going to be some fine tuning that I want to do. But going to be a lot of fun. I've got to thank Mike Garland for this this great mod. It's fantastic. It is fantastic. So, Chris, just as I always say, man, be safe. Got some riots going on there. So, okay, I'll check it out, Mike. Definitely. I'll probably check it out tomorrow. As it's getting to be a little late on the clock, guys, because of the way YouTube works, when you get into a long stream like this, I can't thank everybody personally. You know, Ken Castro was here, heart and soul of this channel, so thank you, Ken. Clee Baseball Fan was here. I'm doing this from memory. I know that Aaron Reed was here. D. Scott Howard joined us. Robert was here as part of the Chinwag, as was Clee Baseball Fan 879. Please subscribe to those great channels, to Chris Slovik's channel, to Aaron Reed's channel. Dwayne Martz joined us for a spell. He certainly did. As did VL123. Sean, our good friend, World's Worst Gamer, was here and had a good laugh when I said I have PTSD after the election. Let's just hope that we can start healing United States of America. Please, please, please. To everybody else, if I missed you, it is not John DFW, first in the ballpark. All right. So I think we did pretty much get everybody. All right. No, I'm back, Aaron. It's just going to be, I'm still trying to work out how to, you know, get this magic business moving and stuff like that, because I'm doing practices, rehearsals, learning. I'm designing my own website. I do have a manager. Her job is basically to sell the shows that I'm doing. That's her job. So she has nothing to do with the show part of it. She's the business. I'm the show. So we had like a 3-hour meeting this afternoon, another 2-hour meeting this evening before I came on air here. When I get home from work from FedEx, I change and I'm working on another 5 hours of magic. But I've missed this community so very much that I'm going to try to at least get a baseball game in. Occasionally we have some chin wags. I was going to do one Sunday night, but damn it, we did 4 hours tonight. So I think we're good. David Lando was here for a while. I want to forget David. So, to my buddies back in the that are still in the Fields of Dreams League and all that stuff. MV, thank you for coming in. I do miss you guys. I cannot be, you know, again, it's something that I love that league, but I just couldn't commit. I'm trying to even just commit to my own damn projects and can't. Yeah, thank you, Sean. It's what I used to do as a full-time professional, and I miss it. And I've been working. Again, after 8 hours a day, I'm putting in 5 hours a day of practice 7 days a week. And I'm just feeling sharper than ever before now. I'm doing some really, 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 this is probably the most demanding stuff I've ever done and as a sleight of hand artist. But I'm pretty proud of, and it's been working. It's been great. So now I just got to start making some money from it, so that I can quit working for a living and start playing for a living. And once I'm doing magic again full time, I'm going to have a lot of time to put into this channel and into this community. So, yeah, Cousin Ken was here. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah. So, guys, thank you. I want to get Chris Slovik on here another time. It's too late tonight, but guys, it's always fun when Chris is here. Buckle up when Chris is here, because it's one of the wildest, most fun rides you can ever imagine. I'd like to. I don't know how Mike Garland feels about coming on Mike and talk. You know, coming on the stream sometime. Maybe we'll see if we can work that out. Just to talk about this brilliant project that he's done. Just what I needed was another baseball rabbit hole. Thank God I don't follow any other sports, so. You know, I'm going to put some time into this, but as you would expect from me, the one that I'm going to be concentrating on getting it down to as accurately setting up manager tendencies, everything like that, is going to be the 1901 to 1919 part, that quick start done of this. I cannot recommend this highly enough, guys. Get it. It's these quick starts take no, I mean, these days in 2024, we don't got to worry about hard drive space anyhow. Get this mod. This is going to be a way that you can play in the king of digital baseball simulations. You want to play in an era of baseball that you feel comfortable with. Mike has done all the hard work. And if you go back, Mike talks about the work they had to do in the database, what they had to do to make this work as far as tricking out of the park baseball into doing end of season rosters. It's a sandbox and it's brilliant. And I know a lot of people, this is something I didn't touch on, is that a lot of people feel very intimidated by this game, and how, you can't blame them. There's a lot going on in out of the park baseball. But I think that and I don't know whether Mike had thought about this or not, but I think he's created an excellent point of entry for people that want to experience out of the park baseball and not feel adrift, and not just play with the kind of couple quick starts that come with it. Yeah. Like, the 1994 season. I mean, I guess if you want to, but this game, obviously, I think it's earned the excellent reputation for those of us that love it. I know that Mike has been a part of the out of the park community for a long time. Yeah, let's do soon, Chris. I'd love to. But this is a great way. This is a great way for new players to get into out of the park baseball. And I also think it's a great way for those of us who are veterans of baseball sims to say, look, I don't care about this era or that era. I want to play my 1980s baseball. Ready to go. This features the best franchise for each decade. It's a great encapsulation, if you will. Obviously, there's going to be some players that you're not going to see, depending upon what it is, but you're getting so much here. And the fact that everything is split down into these nice, into the decades, or into these, you can't beat it, man. And then, once you've played in that decade for a while, that is your bailiwick or what have you, then maybe your next step is, all right, I'm going to try a decade where I need to learn a bit more. Well, just through playing in Mike's great mod here, there's these great quick start games, you've gotten to know more of the ropes of out of the park baseball because you played in something familiar. And then you just go on. And then you go all out crazy and start dumping guys into a big old draft pool and have fun with it. But again, a lot of work was going on to this. I do hope that Mike will consider coming on, even just for a little while, talking about this project. I think it's definitely something that is worth your while if you're a student of baseball history, if you love baseball. So let's catch up on what people are doing so far. Oh my God, Chris, you scare me to death every time this happens. So Chris giving us a riot report over there in Islamabad. He said 44 dead so far and protesters closing in. Ton of crazy news. Chris, why don't you get a job just teaching in the United States? Well, actually, I don't know how safe it's going to be here. Man, just be careful, please. God. Yeah, we got to talk about cats. Chris, big fan of cats, so am I. Crazy projects. Gonna name a project after me. He did one last year, and I think there's a badminton one coming up. Aaron says he's been playing the hell of app of the past few days, help you get through tough times. Aaron, I haven't forgotten about your request. Okay, I have not forgotten, man. Robert gave me hell tonight for an aggregate total of about 2 hours of this 4 hours because I haven't been around watching his dead ball. I just haven't been working everything, man. So trying to get back. So yeah, Chris, you got to stay safe, brother. Guys, thank you very much. 4 hours, 13 minutes. We have not beaten Dwayne Martz's record, unfortunately, but we'll get him. So early announcement, tune in Sunday, very, very quickly. Tune in Sunday. There will be an announcement about the Ned McGreevy League. It is finally going to happen. Not going to start on Sunday. There'll be an announcement broadcast devoted to the Ned McGreevy League. That's going to be on Sunday. And in fact, with Mike Garland's thing here. I might be rethinking how we do McGreevy again, since everything is done so nice and neatly. We'll see. We'll have a little chinwag about it, just about McGreevy. Early announcement, that it's been every year. It has been customary on this channel to provide a haven for those of you who do not like football. So Super Bowl Sunday, once again, will be a marathon. I may try something new this year and do a cards and dice with the webcam down in my hands. Robert has me almost talked into Fall Classic baseball. But there will be baseball all day, punctuated by some chinwags. We're going to let Ernie Harwell call a few games of baseball for Windows. Mel Allen do 1 or 2 on old time baseball. But I don't know when the Super Bowl is, but again, it's going to be a full day, full evening of baseball. Whenever that is in February, hope you guys will join. That has been very well received every year. So, and then we can ring in pitchers and catchers report together. Alla Park Sunday, says Mike. Oops, Alla Park Sunday. All right. So this country could go to civil war. Might be back really soon. Yeah, Chris, we worry, man. We worry. This entire community worries about you all the time. Yeah, I know it is, Sean. Remember, I lived in the EU for quite a number of years, and our education system here blows. And Finland just looks at us and says, why don't you just learn? Because we have the best in the world. Anyhow, the election's over. You guys know I'm a liberal, but what I'm hoping is no matter, I just hope that we can start getting back to good political discourse where we can just agree to disagree without the threat of violence, reprisal, losing friendships, losing family members over it. It is time, America, to heal. And here we are, because we all love baseball and we love this game. That's it. That's all I got to say. All right. Gentlemen, good night. Next broadcast will hopefully be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, it will probably be an Ernie Harwell game, which means that if Chris has his students there somehow, then they can listen because they know that Ernie doesn't swear. I do. So until the next time, as I always say, see you around the batting cage. And thank you, community, for being so awesome. You've always been since I've started doing this in 2017. All right. Catch you around. Bye.